you. Since the beginning of time, human affairs have been watched, controlled and scrutinized by a small elite cabal, which have been plotting and manipulating mankind, working towards complete global government to seize total control. Slowly but surely this shadowy group have been drawing up their nefarious plans and reaching into every aspect of society. One of their aims, to create a new world order, an authoritarian world government without national sovereignty, and this includes a depopulation agenda to reduce the number of people who are no longer of any use to them, perhaps down to as little as 500 million people, if the Georgia Guidestones are accurate. Through families such as the Rockefellers and Rothschilds, along with powerful organizations such as the IMF and the Council on Foreign Relations, and at Bilderberg meetings, plans such as Agenda 21 and Agenda 2030 and others were hatched. Plans to transform the world and to implement top-down government control. Funded by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and the World Economic Forum, and others looking to profit from disease, Event 201 was one such plan. They prepared and planned for a coronavirus epidemic and sought to see what opportunities it could offer them. They finished their plans towards the end of 2019. This is Event 202, a response to the propaganda we're bombarded with every day, an attempt to show a reality that others may not have considered before and how we should deal with it. We are told that the origins of the disease called COVID-19 came from China, and it's said to have started in a wet market in Wuhan, or was released from a level 4 lab nearby. The virus quickly took hold due to its high infection rate, and the Chinese government went from being an oppressive government to an even more tyrannical government overnight, and started lockdown measures that were to become a model for the rest of the world.
With which China detected the outbreak, isolated the virus, sequenced the genome, and shared it with WHO and the world are very impressive.
The virus spread across the world, and by April there were said to be 2.5 million people infected. Luckily, there was plenty of advice on hand.
Covering the mouth while sneezing and avoiding raw and undercooked food.
To stop transmission of this virus, it's very important that sick people wear masks.
The world came to a halt. Bars, clubs, restaurants, gyms, shops and businesses closed down in varying degrees across the world. People were told to stay inside to save lives. Each country has followed the measures and appears to be working in lockstep, working together and cooperating in a way never seen before.
Saving lives means even tougher social distancing rules for indoor gatherings.
Control measures are now being brought in to condition people to change their behaviour, often aimed at children who are in the most critical years of education and are learning social norms.
You should be distancing yourself from every fellow Australian where possible.
People are constantly told to get used to this new normal. Adults are being conditioned to believe they are non-essential and encouraged to be aware of their mental health, perhaps to make it easier to detain people under the Mental Health Act. New laws have made this much easier. Mass gatherings such as religious meetings, concerts and sporting events have been cancelled. People have been told to stay away from each other. Prohibiting mass gatherings is a common tactic of fascist governments when they want to make protests illegal.
Movement restrictions coming too. Unnecessary travel discouraged, including during school holidays.
Travel hubs have begun to close down and flights are being cancelled. Although strangely there appears to be many planes still flying. People trapped abroad wonder whether they will ever get back to their home country.
New restrictions have been placed upon us all.
Most countries have introduced new laws and given new powers to the police which are quickly enforced under the guise of keeping people safe. Curfews have been introduced in some countries, such as in Thailand, where there are penalties of 2 years in prison for those who venture out after 10 p.m. In the UK, the police can now enter homes and take a family member away on the mere suspicion they suspect COVID-19 infection, which of course can be without symptoms in some cases.
Welcome back. The coronavirus pandemic has left millions of Americans out of work. And just this morning, the Labor Department is out with jaw-dropping new numbers.
Unemployment has risen and media ramps up the fear and repeats constant mantras about how staying home is saving lives. Drones and AI technology is being promoted as a possible replacement for humans.
Global stocks dropped today after some oil prices fell below zero for the first time on Monday.
Oil prices are plummeting. The stock market is crashing. Cash is increasingly being viewed in a negative light as it could spread the virus. The world economy could crash and pave the way for a cryptocurrency. Patent number 060606 details a cryptocurrency system that is linked to humans and releases cryptocurrency according to the user, satisfying certain requirements. Could this be the biblical mark of the beast mentioned in Revelations? In many countries, food queues are getting longer, desperation is mounting. People are looking for discounted food as hunger and starvation become a real possibility in the coming weeks, particularly in less developed countries. As starvation becomes a real possibility, it's likely that a solution will be offered. GM crops. Companies such as Monsanto will be on hand to provide people with genetically modified, mass-produced food. As protests and unrest increase, it's likely that over the next few months, the situation is going to worsen.
Shoot them dead.
Although protests are occurring, there are still plenty of people obeying government demands and trusting their governments to look after them. More and more people are starting to see that the numbers do not add up and that the reaction is far outweighing the threat. People are considering other causes and wondering whether there are ulterior motives behind what's happening. People who speak out are quickly censored on social media as governments begin to offer their solutions.
I can announce that the vaccine from the Oxford project will be trialled in people from this Thursday.
As billionaires head for their bunkers and people take to the streets, we're left wondering what we can do. Should people protest? How can they refuse tracking devices and vaccines? Should people go off grid and grow their own food? How can people present the truth to friends and family? Where is all this heading? Unless we prepare a response now, it may be too late.
Everybody, welcome to Event 202. I'm your co-host, Shelley Lewis, and I'm co-hosting with Karen B. And this is an unprecedented event, and we're so excited to be able to share solutions with you for Event 202. A little history. In October of 2019, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, the World Economic Forum, and the Johns Hopkins University held a pandemic simulation focusing on a disease outbreak in New York City called Event 201. This event coincidentally simulated an outbreak of a novel coronavirus transmitted from bats to pigs in people that eventually becomes efficiently transmissible from person to person, leading to a severe pandemic. Event 201 was essentially a focus group for the engineering of a worldwide false flag event and served as a dry run for the world lockdown and forced vaccine rehearsal that we are currently experiencing. Event 202 is a simulation exactly like Event 201. Only this time, we're going to provide solutions. We're going to simulate how millions of people might come together and overcome the fear and terror instilled into the masses and avert the pre-planned solutions by the elite class. I'm happy to introduce Karen B as my co-host, and she's going to take it from here and talk about how this is going to work today and the format that we're going to be conducting this with. Hi, Karen.
Yes, Event 202 is a 3.5-hour live online event streamed over multiple platforms and recorded for playback over as many video sharing and podcast platforms as possible. We will present 3 simulated scenarios consisting of a spoken narrative interspersed with simulated news reports and simulated statistics, and a panel of researchers who are experts in what we know about 5G, the NWO agenda, common law, and the legal system, as well as alternative health, police and army tactics, activism, off-grid living, self-sufficiency, martial law, and any other relevant fields will provide their perspective on each scenario, with the aim of formulating and crystallizing viable solutions and strategies that could make each scenario feasible. Each scenario will end with a short Q&A session where the most poignant questions from the worldwide audience will be posed to the panel. So now we need to introduce our panel.
Yep. All right, we'll start with Mark Steele. Could you please give us a 3-minute introduction of your expertise, who you are, and what you'll be presenting today?
Well, I think you can tell by the name, Mark Steele, so I'll just dispense with that one. I'm a weapons systems expert. I came to this 5G issue due to the illegal installment of 5G transmitters, micro transmitters on street furniture in my near locality of a place called Gateshead. There we saw significant numbers of children bleeding, women becoming severely sick from the illegal levels of radiation which were measured, which were outside of the COA 1815 resolution, a true crime against humanity. Obviously, my counsel took me to court, and that's how I became quite well known across the world in relation to fighting against this 5G crime that we have visited upon us by criminals in a criminal enterprise.
Okay, great. So the next guest will be introducing themselves will be Ronald Angel, please.
Yes, hi, I'm Ronald Angel. I'm a civil engineer from the University of Michigan, Bachelor of Science. Also, I'm a scientist and an engineer. I've been a member of Architecture and Engineers from 911truth.org, and I'm also a member of American Society of Civil Engineers and the American Society of Civil Engineers. Does not go along with what has recently been discovered as the controlled demolition. There was a court case in May whereby the case was brought by one of the surviving relatives, one of the surviving relatives of someone that had been jettisoned out of one of the towers, and they did testing on what was remaining of his son and found military nanothermite. So I've been a very outspoken individual for 9/11 Truth. Dr. Lieutenant Colonel Bob Bowman spoke out at the University of Pacific in 2007. He was actually, before Star Wars, he was head of the missile shield to protect the United States. At that time, it was to use missiles shooting down other missiles. He said it was Richard Cheney that planned 9/11. So I survived a genocide in Chicago. We thought we could bring impeachment proceedings and indictments against Bush, Cheney, Rumsfeld, and Rove. Karl Rove was indicted. He's recently been pardoned by the current administration. They used poison in the water. I distilled my water to survive. The dog food in 2003 in Illinois was poisoned. I called my vet. Why is my dog throwing up? She said, all the dogs are throwing up. And so she said, make all the dog food in a, rice, beans, dried beans, and chicken and vegetables. And that saved my life. Between the water distiller from Sears Roebuck Company and making my food from old dried lentils and other beans, I lived through the genocide. I witnessed many people, many of my friends that died. The best thing you could have is a water distiller, and also dried food. And I actually had to look for dusty cans because the commercial grocery store, the Dominick's and the Jewel's grocery store were attacked by what Dr. Lieutenant Colonel Bob Bowman said was Blackwater, XE, which is Eric Prince's company from Michigan, and Wackenhut, which is now G4S. They actually came in and did these psychological operations. And I just can't thank people enough for being on this. Also, they use sarin gas, I was told, in Oak Park, Illinois.
Thank you, Ron.
Yes.
Thank you, Ron.
Yes, you're welcome.
And who do we have next on the panel?
Okay, we'll be introducing Amanda Vollmer.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Hi, Amanda.
Hi, I'm in Ontario, Canada. I don't know if there's other Canucks on the panel. I'm a Bachelor of Science in Agricultural Biotechnology from University of Lethbridge, and I went to Naturopathic College, Canadian College of Naturopathic Medicine, and that was the beginning of really the training, but it's really about being awake. And from, since the age of 8, I can see this world as it is. A lot of people can't seem to see truth and see the scams going on around us. So I have that angle coming in. As well, I've owned and operated my store, which was called Yummy Mummy Emporium Apothecary, and now I've renamed it to Yum Naturals, and I make over 150 natural remedies. I wrote a book on DMSO called Healing with DMSO that's just come out this month. So I keep myself busy with creating and inventing new blends with dimethyl sulfoxide, which I'll hopefully talk a little bit about later, and keep myself busy as a single mom. So thanks for having me.
Thanks so much for joining us. Joining us today is also David Barstis. Thank you. I apologize.
That's all right. I live in the U.S. I have a degree in criminal justice. For 20 years, I've been researching Satanism, Big Pharma, Illuminati, the bloodlines. About 8 years now, I've been focused on law, administrative law, how to seek remedy in the courts. I've been helping people locally deal with debts, criminal matters, motor vehicle matters, family courts, child support, and getting them out of the stranglehold of the government. So that's pretty much my area of expertise. So I'll keep it short.
Thanks, David. Next up is Matt Landman.
Hello, thank you everyone. Happy to be here. My name is Matt Landman. I'm an activist in the United States based in Northern California. Grew up on the East Coast outside of Washington, D.C., and I'm proud to have tackled so many activism-related issues in my life thus far. I've made the film Frankenskies about the geoengineering agenda ongoing. I've also tackled the 5G issue as of late and launched an EMF protective clothing line, Spero, S-P-E-R-O, and I'm happy to play this part and do what we can in these times. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Matt. Next up is Mark Devlin.
Hello, everyone. I'm here in the UK. I was formerly a club and radio DJ and music journalist. These days, I'm an author, researcher, speaker in truth and alternative type issues. I've been on this path for 10 years. My specialist area of interest has been who really controls the entertainment industry, and particularly the corporate music industry. And I've been full-time researching this for several years. I've put out 2 books titled Musical Truth, detailing all my findings. One of the most interesting areas of research to me has been discovering that the controllers of these industries are the controllers of every aspect of our daily lives, and particularly the architects of the current narrative that we're experiencing, are occultists. They're dark occultists. They adhere to ritualistic behaviors according to their religious belief systems. And understanding how they employ these is very key to getting to know what the next step is likely to be and what their next move is going to consist of. Also, a very interesting area for me has been studying the area of predictive programming, which is where aspects of events that are known to be coming are placed in popular culture. So you get it in music videos, movies, TV shows, and such. Also, being that these individuals operate through different groups and secret societies and mystery schools, they adhere to this tenet of placing the truth in plain sight. And it's also known as revelation of the method. And this is where they give us an opportunity to know what they're all about and what they're going to do. And we'll probably get into this later, but getting a handle on how and why they employ this tactic is very key to working out how to counter the various things they're doing to us. So I hope that'll be useful later in the conversation.
Absolutely. We're going to dive right into predictive programming. So thanks so much for being here. Next up is Yasmin Dada. Did I pronounce it right?
Yes, this is Yasmin Dada. I'm really grateful to be here. Hi, everyone, and all the people watching live. I am a writer and researcher in a biology degree, and my previous history with professional studies have included cognitive neuroscience and psychology, but all the things that I've learned have been through my personal research, having gone through multiple sicknesses and had to heal myself. So my personal expertise is with natural remedies and learning through lots of experiences that I had, detoxing, fasting, trying different remedies through nutrition and herbalism. But the reason that this has been important for me is that the awakening procedure changed the professional path that I was on, as I've always had an interest in the life sciences. The understanding that there are patterns and symbols in everything that happens around us has basically changed the path that I was on. And of personal experience for me has been going through really tumultuous and abusive experiences in which I learned the mechanisms of psychopathy, abuse, and gaslighting. And I found those expressed all around me, not only in shadows expressed within myself, but in things that happen around us. And the studies of this type of thing have shown me the type of behavior that occurs around us, including the predictive programming and how it is that we are affected on a mass level. So the studies of these things, liberating ourselves on a food or medicine product level, as well as understanding mind control and frequency warfare, can actually liberate us from these signals around us that script our reality. I'm really grateful to be there. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Yasmin. We're excited to have you here. Kate Shimarani.
Hi. Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, hi.
Thank you.
Okay, so hi. So I'm a registered general nurse, an independent nurse prescriber, and I hold a diploma in personal nutrition. My life really changed over 8.5 years ago when I was diagnosed with a very aggressive cancer. And following surgery, I just opted out of every other form of treatment, even though I was advised that I would die. That was to completely change everything that I was ever taught about modern allopathic medicine, and I looked at the whole history of it. And I've seen that go on further, where everyone really, apart from the emergency room, everything about nursing is really about applying a pharmaceutical drug. And no one actually knows, really, from what I see, how to actually heal a body. So you see all of the doctors now, all of the healthcare professionals have the complete monopoly. We have the 1939 Cancer Act in the UK, where you're not actually allowed to tell a patient you can cure them. And so what you see now is just a pharmaceutical-led industry, which is what it is. The attempt is to make you sick and keep you hooked on lots of drugs. And we see that evident today, that even when presented with the facts, and they are scientific facts, doctors have come out with this pandemic, that still in the UK, the doctors and the nurses are still adhering to the narrative without question at all.
Well, we're excited to learn about your expertise, and our viewers are going to be very grateful to hear what you have to say and some solutions with the vaccine agenda and the whole big pharma agenda, actually. So thank you so much. Dave Murphy.
Okay, wow. I'm Dave, known as allegedly Dave. I'm a former computer programmer, but about 16 years ago, I started researching the truth, and I haven't stopped since. gone into lots and lots of different areas. So I'm a kind of what's that phrase? Jack of all trades, master of none. So I kind of know enough to be dangerous in a lot of different subjects. So this kind of this event was kind of my idea. It just came out of a joke, and I am absolutely blown away that it's actually come to pass. So that's all I'll say. Thanks.
Well, we're excited, Dave. This is a brilliant opportunity to be able to really get the truth out there. So thank you so much for your joke. We're excited about being able to share and get everyone together. Next up is Derek Brose.
I don't think he's actually made it yet. Oh, is he? Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Dave, for putting this on and for everybody who helped organize this. My name is Derek Brose. My website is theconsciousresistance.com. I'm an author. I'm a journalist. I have a radio show based in Houston, Texas, and I've been active for about 10 years now, writing books on many of the topics that have already been mentioned. I've also produced a few documentaries, most recently the 5G Trojan Horse, and prior to that, a documentary investigating the pedophile networks and intelligence networks and all those things. But my bigger focus, and I think the more important focus for today, is the promotion of various solutions. Namely, what I'll be talking about a lot today is freedom cells, how we can organize and unplug from these systems that are trying to oppress us and stand in the way of true liberty and true freedom. So we're going to talk about freedom cells and decentralizing and unplugging and opting out of these systems, which I believe at this point is the only solution that will actually lead to more freedom with everything we're facing. So thank you guys for having me.
Thank you so much, Derek. Next up is Jennifer Bruce.
Yeah, I don't think she's on the chat yet.
All right, we'll be directing now to Cyrus Parsa.
Hello, everybody. I'm originally from Iran. I lived in China for a bit with some fighting monks. I have a bachelor's in international security and conflict resolution, a master's degree in homeland security, a PhD that didn't finish. In 2017, I formed Loyal Guardian Security, which had to do with artificial intelligence, China, Iran. 2018, I formed the AI organization. The goal of the AI organization is to be the risk assessment and the watchdog for the misuse of AI, 5G, robotics, quantum technology, anything related to censorship, big tech, and of course, China. In 2019, I gave a brief to the Secret Service, 5 pages, about this time. And the conclusion was, if China and big tech are not reined in within 1 year, maximum 2, the entire world's citizens will be enslaved or their lives will be threatened. How it connects to the 5G system. 2019, this summer, I gave a 62-page report, mainly Chinese companies, but the conclusion was China threatens all the world's citizens on the coming 5G network as it connects to artificial intelligence, quantum technology, robotics, and of course, bioengineering. That was my initial report to the Secret Service, that they were looking at weaponizing viruses and bioengineering things, and it threatens all the world's citizens. I waited and waited. I didn't want to mess with the trade war, and I published AI Trump China and a weaponization of robotics with 5G. Purposely didn't include any company names. This is very deep. I can talk about it later, but I had people in DHS give it to the CIA. They dispatched to the White House. Trump sat down with Prime Minister of Australia and said, China threatens all the world's citizens, exactly from this. And then he asked you to do robotics too. So next step was nobody would take me, no media would take me at all, because I brought up 5G and all these different things and how every person on the world is being threatened. Then I've published Artificial Intelligence Dangers to Humanity, which included this book inside of it. I included 50 of 1,000 plus companies that I investigated. That 500 were Chinese and 600 were American, European, Canadian, Australian companies, had to do with 5G, artificial intelligence, quantum, and so on. Conclusion was China threatens all the world's citizens as it connects to the 5G system with big tech. And within 2 weeks, Trump's AI department said the same thing, China threatens all the world's citizens, 5G, robotics, so on. Nobody would pick me up. Everyone kept on stealing my stuff, plagiarizing. Media wouldn't pick me up. Content just everyone just went after me. So I was the most censored person on the planet. I ended up suing on December 16th, Google, Neuralink, Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg, Larry Page, and all the major CEOs, including 29 John Does, which I didn't name, for endangering every person on the planet with artificial intelligence, biotechnology, 5G, quantum technology, robotics, facial recognition, everything. It was a 51-page report with penal codes that connect these guys to city, state, national, international laws going back to the 1940s. It reached over 100 million people on Twitter, but they kept on taking parts of my tweet. I couldn't get a donation to serve these guys. Trying to get media people to pick me up, everybody kept on plagiarizing my work, content creators, and other people would just push me aside. So a lot of hate came on me because I took on all the major elites, and China was actually in the lawsuit. So the last step I did was February 24th, I released the John Does, which include former President Obama, Clinton, Biden, Schiff, for negligent transfer of this biotech technology, which I called it on December 16th. And my book says that the world is in danger, including a virus inside of this book and the other one as well, that they were mixing animals and humans, and how it connects to the 5G system, how it replicates. All these things were in the book before it happened. So when I released this lawsuit, it became really big as well. I think over 1 billion people know about it, but people wouldn't pick me up. Every media was saying you're complicit in crimes against humanity by not running my lawsuits before this lockdown happens. Even my books, Call the Lockdown, Call the Drones, everything is in the book, even a year before I get to the Secret Service. So there were other people on the lawsuit, which include the World Bank, the Rockefellers, George Soros, and CNN for not reporting. I interconnected everyone on everything. And even today, when I'm sitting with you, and the media won't pick me up, and content creators keep on just plagiarizing my work. So I put out a lot of videos on like 5G and AI. Again, they come from an extract of 1,000 companies that have been
Excellent, Cyrus. Thank you. I don't mean to cut you off. We're going to just, we're going to definitely pick up more information on that. We want to keep the panel moving so we can get to the first scenario, but thank you so much. We can't wait to hear more about it. Next up is Shai Danon.
Hi, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here with you. My name is Shai Danon. I'm from Israel. In the past year, I've interviewed some of this panel, which we have here now. I was created by the image of God, so I am a man, unlike maybe other stuff that's going on at the moment around the world. And since 2008, I've been researching truth. I'm a great fond of truth, so I'm doing my best in achieving it and spreading the word out. Since I discovered about 5G, almost on a daily basis, obsessively, I was researching it and putting out information to let people know, especially in Israel, in Hebrew. And not many people are doing my work at the moment in Israel, and I hope more will do. But just to let you know, in the past 5 or 6 weeks, from few dozen people who know about 5G, we have now more than 100,000 or hundreds of thousands of people in Israel who know what is 5G and are willing to stop it. So interesting times. Thank you for having me on. And although I don't consider it much, I also have a bachelor degree in behavioral sciences, I just remembered, and communication or media. But just remember, it's coming from the system, so don't rave so much about it. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up is Karen B. Okay, we'll come back to Karen. Next up is Celeste Solom.
Greetings from the Rocky Mountains, and I'm on an organic farm right now. And my background is FEMA and Homeland Security, and also environmental medicine. And so I have it's YouTube channel. It's the Celestial Report. I'm the author of 2 books. One is Electromagnetic Radiation Protection Solutions, that tells you all about the supplements and the foods that you can eat to protect yourself from 5G, cosmic rays, and God forbid, a nuclear event. And so my specialty is providing creative and fun solutions to some of the problems that I know are coming. How I got on board with this is when I was 5 years old, my dad looked me in square in the eyes. He worked for naval intelligence, and he said, "This is going to happen on your watch and you need to prepare." And so I spent my whole life doing that. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Celeste. Next up is Karen B.
Hi, my name is Karen B. I am a content creator on YouTube, independent researcher, and I am a single mom. And so it is my pleasure to be here with everybody and to get this information out to as many people as possible. So thanks everybody for being here.
Thanks so much, Karen. And I'll introduce myself. My name is Shelley Lewis. I am a graduate of West Point. I served 5 years in the military. I jumped out of airplanes. The expertise that I'll be bringing today will be martial law. I also have a holistic health practitioner's license. I was vaccine damaged when I was in the military. And so I'll be talking whatever I can contribute to that. And I'll also be talking about my military background and what's really planned with this whole New World Order here. But in the meantime, I have this awesome opportunity to take you on this journey that we're going to be experiencing with Event 202 with myself and my co-host, Karen B. So I think without further ado, we're going to run right into the first scenario. And the way it's going to work is we'll have a roundtable discussion about where we are, how we can avert some of the things that are planned for us, and what are some practical solutions that people can take right now, because the time is of the essence, not to promote fear, but this is urgent. So we're going to get this information out there. So Robin, our amazing technical facilitator, is going to run the first video for us.
The new normal is made up of repeating the same mantras. The media and governments bang the same drum.
Yeah, I think the first video is, like not even 2 minutes.
People monitor themselves and adjust without thinking.
Don't forget to unmute.
Slowly being conditioned to conform for a noble cause. Under house arrest, people learn to live apart from each other, removing all important connections.
So we can't hear the videos? Do we need to hear them?
The first video basically is about what we're in, the situation we're in right now.
Yep, social distancing, the new normal, all these new buzzwords. We're going to be talking about that, and we'll just kind of go around and
across all platforms.
You know, all these this new nomenclature that they're using with all of us, and basically conditioning us. Okay, so what we're experiencing right now is what they coined as a new normal. And this is nomenclature that is stuff we've never really heard before, but I've heard it with the whole Paradise Fires. I don't know if anyone's familiar with all the burning that's happening in California. But you know, the governor came out and said, this is the new normal, get used to it. And so this is dealing with a lot of programming, conditioning. And so we want to talk about this, and let's first start. Let's take it away right now with Mark Steele. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, it's quite an interesting point you just made. Conditioning. That's why I encourage everybody not to watch the mainstream news. The LED and OLED screens pulse modulate. They are subliminal messages, and they pulse modulate. It's called sticky architecture. So basically, there's a lot of people, you have to forgive them, that are in a dream spell. They are listening to the mainstream media, and obviously if they just keep on watching those main screens, they're pulse modulating. It's a conditioning, it's type of brainwashing. So they're brainwashing them into believing the narrative, which is completely fake. We've got a fake narrative going on in the mainstream, and the reason for that is because they are running what's called an asymmetrical war. Obviously, it goes from the chemtrails, your smart devices. All smart devices are part of a weapons systems deployment. That's why they call it smart. Secret militarized armaments and residential technology. It's what causes fires. It's what causes sickness. It subdues the masses. Certain frequencies from it can actually cause a subduing. It can actually cause people to get angry. There's lots of things that can do with pulse modulator with a certain pulse rate. And obviously depending on the frequency. So these are very, very sophisticated weapon systems. Now, one of the things I want to get out of the gate, a lot of people talk about social control. This is not about social control. These are not social control tools. This is not about AI. This is a weapon system to kill. I know that as a matter of fact because of the capacity of the equipment, the overcapacity of the equipment to cause bodily harm, a weapon. It's not yet a spy on you. They do not need that capacity. The capacity of all the equipment without we're looking at and the vast amount of it that's been installed at pace over this lockdown tells me only one thing. This is a mass genocide plot and it's not going to get any better. The recent EDTF, this is the Electronic Defense Task Force that was set up by President Trump in 2018 after I spoke at the Democratic Veterans Conference on SMART and the weapon system. They have identified a significant risk to the electrical infrastructure. If you take down that electrical infrastructure, you're going to have serious problems at nuclear power stations and the storage of spent nuclear waste. This is a kill grid. That's what they're planning. That's their strategic plan, is to kill all biological. What we've got to do is be positive about it. They expect people to be depressed. I mean, you see me all the time laughing and smiling. The reason for that is because I know that a significant number of people who wake up to this and resist it will survive it. The people that won't are the people that go along with the dream spell. As long as you keep with the dream spell, believers, you won't survive. Just like black magic. And we are against the dark forces, but we have the light, the truth. We have the creator behind us. That's why we're here. We're here to make a difference and actually stopping this crime because it is such an existential threat. As long as the information gets out there, like I said, the people who are perpetrating this crime upon us, they don't survive it either. They're just a little bit thick because they don't know what the real plan is. The plan is to get rid of them as well. This is the most deceptive plan ever hatched. And this asymmetrical war that is being hatched, unfortunately, is going to kill a significant number of people. What we have to do is save as many people as we can. That's the job. That's the ticket to the ascension.
And that's what we're actually, that's the purpose of this forum today. And thank you so much, Mark Steele. Let's talk about the mind control. We have people, 6 feet distance, get used to it, wear a mask. All these things are having to condition us. So Jennifer, I'm going to divert to you. Can you talk to us about mind control? Okay, I'm actually going to divert to Cyrus. Cyrus, can you talk to us about mind control?
I just want to concur with Mark Steele. I agree with him 100%. First, we need to save lives. Secondly, he's right. I found extinction codes for humanity in stages over a year ago. That's what I published in a book. But having positive thoughts and can do a lot of things. I put a sort of fictional movie out a few days ago, and I tweeted it to the Pentagon and President Trump. Within 72 hours, for the first time, they actually released footage of UFO. But the title was AI, the plan to invade humanity. And I had a little alien figure on there. It's a metaphor, but if you watch the entire episode, it shows you how everything is destroyed. But if you have faith in the creator and you have positive thoughts and you know all these things, you can overcome it. So in terms of mind control, I don't look at it as mind control. I call it mind and body control. So I coined a term called biodigital social programming. Bio stands for your biology, your cells, your blood, your skeleton, your skin, your muscles, everything. Your digital stands for your digital network, neural network, your nervous system. if you're an atheist or agnostic, you may say you have a digital image. If you have a faith or if you have a religion, you'll say I have a soul or a spirit. So that's biodigital. Social is your emotions, your social media or your social network. Programming is programming. Biodigital social programming. The entire human race has undergone biodigital social programming with TVs, more so now with the 4G system as it interconnects with IoTs, the Internet of Things, the ecosystem, which includes your Facebook, your Twitter, Google's algorithms and coding, which comes from bias or engineered bias. However, because 5G is not built for human beings, it is made for machines. It is made to mobilize drones, robots, robotics, bioengineering, cybernetics, an array of different things, including microbots that have nanotechnology inside of them. That the frequencies are so fast, and you have all these towers, that any person that has these phones and these IoTs and these towers around them, it will biodigitally social program them, that they'll actually, their brain chemistry will change from the content that they're receiving everywhere. Even their very cells will be atrophied. So if you have if you have the coronavirus, or if you have a vaccine inside of you from 30 years ago, because these frequencies are so powerful, they'll weaken your immunity, and the virus or flu or vaccine will start a replicating process. So it can actually make it worse for you. So I agree with Mark Steele. These are military weapons made by DARPA and so on, and they're not made for human beings. So the main thing is to understand, first of all, not to be biodigitally social programmed and understand these principles. The second thing is we can't have these towers near our home. But there is another issue. The issue is China threatens all the world's citizens, and they're trying to get 5G, 6G, 7, 8, 9, 10G. It's a space war. If the US and UK don't have a 5G or 6G system, they're going to lose, there are going to be more threats than that. However, you don't need this next to your home. You don't need this system next to your businesses. It's, again, for machines. So it's a cross and take. I have a lot of solutions, but I'm going to stop because a lot of panelists want to speak in different things. But it's a very vast concept, what I just said. That's why I have these books and articles and videos. And that video, you can say it's a fictional video, but there is an answer. The creator has another plan. Our solutions is to repent if you've hurt anybody ever, and also have no fear. Have no fear, and have absolutely the Chinese Communist Party oppose this system because we're on a socialist.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. We will definitely come back and revisit that. I want to now just let all of our listening audience know, please send any questions you have, because at the end of these scenarios, we are going to be conducting a Q&A, and we'll be gathering all of your questions, if we can, to direct at different panel members. I want to now talk to Dave. Dave, could you talk to us a little bit about mind control, and also talk to us about the scenario and some solutions?
Sure. The thing about this situation we're in right now is that it's a wag the dog scenario. So anybody who's watched the film Wag the Dog, where the Dustin Hoffman is a film producer who actually creates a war on television and convinces the whole population that America is at war with Albania. Okay, the whole of this is a wag the dog scenario. Yeah, without the media, none of this could work. Yeah, and that is actually the good news, because the point is it's basically a construction that's been created in the media, in our minds, yeah, and it is quickly overturned by actually going out and having a look. Yeah, we've already seen the the citizen journalists go out after the news has given this fear porn of, oh, the hospitals are overflowing, there's death and destruction going on, and then the people go there the next day and there's nobody there. Okay, that's it. That's that whole narrative destroyed, and more people are starting to see that, and that's where it's that's where it's hopeful for me, because I'm actually seeing more and more people wake up to this idea that, oh no, it's on, they're telling me this on television, but over there it's, or when I step outside, I don't see any death. I don't see any sick people. This is the thing. It's only in here and on the screen, and that's where it's we can if we can move people's attention away from the media and to reality, then this whole house of cards will collapse.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Dave. I would like to divert right now to Amanda. I'd like you to talk to us about social distancing, please.
Sure, thanks. One of the reasons to have social distancing is, if you've studied any Heart Math Institute information, is we have energy fields and we also have a heart field. And it's exactly that distance that our heart fields do not then overlap. They're really trying to tear us apart on every level. One of the things I've noticed about it is that it makes people afraid of one another. So you could be a silent carrier, or you are sick, and if you touch me, breathe on me, come near me, I'm going to get sick and die. So that's part of the psychological exercise. I've noticed a lot of hate coming at me because I'm very vocal about this pandemic. So people judging me, people saying that I'm dangerous because I'm daring to hug people, and that when I shop in the grocery stores with the lines going one direction, I on purpose go the other direction. And when somebody's shopping, I will lean over them to do that and spark conversation. So while we're trying to focus on solutions, one of the things that you can do is expand your heart field. So you can focus on that and send love to yourself and expand it so that it will affect someone near to you, because we're trying to overcome what they're trying to do to us. And so this is a war. And so our wartime measure is love. So if we increase our heart fields, then that distance is irrelevant. So that's one of the things. The other thing is hug everybody, touch people, talk about that. Are you afraid? Why would you be afraid of my hand? Not last year, but now this year? Or what is it that you're exactly afraid of? And get the conversation going, because you don't need to be afraid of a germ. That's one of the things that they've been using for ages. Ever since the design of the virus, they've been encouraging us to be scared of something that we can't validate and we can't see for the most part. So that's part of the psychological exercise. That will we obey is the other part of it. Will we do it? Will we just want to be good little boys and girls and do what our government says and social distance because now we're somehow warriors or heroes for the cause, right? So they're also usurping us, making us feel like we're useful. So there's all of those aspects, and we can counter those by other measures of our energy field, of our discussions, and of our just plain out saying no to that and going the opposite direction.
Thank you so much. The next question we have, that just begs the question about what is this virus? Is it, can you actually have a mask protect you from a virus? Or is antibacterial soap actually going to help prevent some virus? So I'd like to just talk a little bit about the virus and, what these measures they're trying to implement. Let's say it was true. Would that even be effective? I'd like to divert right now to Kate, our nurse.
Hi. So first of all, viruses, you can't catch a virus. They actually are inside the body dead protein structures. They're so small, they're nanoparticles, that even if you were to cough, it's going to go through a mask anyway. So when you would be in a surgical experience, you would wear masks and gloves and a gown to protect a patient from whatever bacteria on you. So what you have is these nurses are in the hospitals, in the nursing homes, and assuming the narrative that a lot of these nurses, or most of them, don't know. And you even have doctors saying that, you can catch a virus. I have lots of, they are not doing a test. They're just diagnosing people with having this COVID, and then they're putting them into a room. So people that are coming in that they're not sure if they've got it, they're waiting for tests or whatever, they're putting them in the same room. Well, that doesn't make sense. That's not, you have barrier nursing and reverse barrier nursing. So if you didn't want other people to get it and you didn't have confirmed cases, you wouldn't put them in the same room. So then you excuse me, COVID, you have
You have in nursing homes, they're saying that these patients have got COVID, and then they're wearing the same pair of gloves to go into each room to take in these patients' food, to take in their medications. It's quite bizarre. And then to wear, when you see certain people wearing masks and not other people, none of it actually adds up. And it's almost as though, I will say this, when I see nurses taking photographs of themselves with their masks on and their gloves on and their aprons on, waiting for all the patients to come, but they're wearing the same apron, the same gloves, it doesn't make sense. It's almost like they've lost all rational thinking, because that would mean that everyone that's coming, you're just transferring constantly. If it was so contagious, like what they're saying, then you would be transferring it to every patient with what you've got on, because they're telling us 6 foot apart or 6 foot under, making out that you can cough, sneeze, barf, fling sweat, and breathe, and that virus is going to be in all of that. Well, if that was the case, then every time a patient's in front of you, it's going to be on your hair, your clothing, it's going to be on all your protective clothing. So surely then you would be carrying that to everybody that you come in contact with, even when you go home. So it's almost as though common sense hasn't kicked in with a lot of the nurses at all. It doesn't make sense. It's like rational thinking has gone out the window. And then we see, I've seen police officers, and they'll have a pair of gloves on, and they'll be touching their radios, they'll be touching their uniforms, and then they'll be getting a hold of members of the public and putting them in vans. Well, then that would mean that they've just cross-contaminated everything with this really, really infectious pandemic. It's quite bizarre.
Absolutely. And they're creating this fear of, a virus that's not how viruses are transferred. I'd like to talk a little bit to Derek Braz. Talk to us about, what about this disease that's all wrong? And, what are the common things that just don't make sense?
Yeah, thank you for that. So I've interviewed Andrew Kaufman, who I know is supposed to be on this call. I've also interviewed authors Don Lester and David Parker, who some of the audience might be familiar with. They wrote a book called Why Everything You Thought You Knew About Disease Is Wrong. I also recently interviewed Dr. Stephanie Seneff from MIT. She put out a paper about glyphosate and the role that glyphosate could actually be playing and affecting other people. I guess what I really wanted to add, I'm not 100% certain that I agree on the debate of germ theory versus terrain theory yet, but what I appreciate about the message that Dr. Kaufman and Don Lester and David Parker are bringing is that it's a very empowering message. It's a message that says you have your health in your hands and that you have the ability to affect whether you get sick, based on your diet as well as the toxins that you choose to expose yourself to. And some of that's out of our hands, especially if you're in the US. There's glyphosate that's been sprayed all over the country. There's fluoride in the water. There's a number of those things. But we can also recognize that we have the power, again, is in our hands. It's in our grip for us to make the changes in our personal life, with our diet, with our exercise, with getting fresh air and sunlight. And I think that's really important for people to understand that whatever, wherever you stand on that debate of germ theory versus terrain theory, or whatever you think a virus is, that at the end of the day, it is a lot more dependent on us than this system would like us to believe, because they want us to be buying pharmaceuticals and want us to be going and getting vaccines and playing that whole game. So just take note that it is something that can be empowering. The only other thing I wanted to add was more, I guess, to the last question about social distancing and those sort of things. I'm in Mexico. I've been here for the last 6 weeks, and it's a very different environment, at least where I am in Mexico. You're starting to see people wearing masks, and some stores are starting to require them. But for the most part, we go out every day. We go biking. We go out into the sunlight. We go on hikes. People are going about their lives. It's very different than what we've seen in the United States and the UK and some other places. But the thought I want to put into everybody's head when it comes to masks is, for me, when I went to the grocery store yesterday to go to the market to buy some food, they said, oh, well, now we're requiring masks. And I turned right around and I left, because I personally am not willing to wear a mask to go to the grocery store that I want to visit. I would rather shop elsewhere. And that's just me. Everybody can make their own voluntary choice. But what I want you to think about and ask yourself is, how far away is the pressure or the decision to wear a mask because it's convenient, or because you need to go to work, or you need to go grocery, or you need to travel? How far away is that from asking you to carry an immunity passport? Or how far away is that from asking you to take a mandatory vaccine? I think we need to start pushing back in whatever way you feel comfortable, even if that means, I'll patronize another store that's not going to require me to wear a mask, or I'm going to, just whatever choices you make, just think about if they can get us to submit to wearing masks and then staying away from each other and locking ourselves down and being afraid, not only is that going to harm your immune system, but how much harder they're going to have to push to get you to accept an immunity passport when they tell you you can't travel without it or you can't work without it. So please start thinking about those questions, because they're becoming very, very irrelevant to our lives right now.
Slippery slope.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a slippery slope. I'd like to talk now to Mark Devlin. Could you talk to us about how all of these kind of came about around the same time? You see kind of this pandemic where everybody's on board on time and they're all implementing the exact same measures. So again, that goes back to Event 201, this predictive programming. Mark, could you talk to us about that? Oops, I think your mic is mute, Mark. Mark.
Am I on? Sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay. We can know that we have invisible controllers who hide in the shadows from the fact that virtually all countries around the world adopted the same lockdown measures at pretty much the same time, with just a few weeks different. There are a few rogue states like Belarus, Iceland, Sweden, and a few others that don't seem to be playing ball like all the other countries. But for the most part, the world as a whole went into lockdown around about the same time. And this was all in March. It was all around the time of the spring equinox, which is very important when we get into the nature of these occultists again and some of the dates that they observe with their ritualistic behavior. But we have these groups, these think tanks that specialize in working out how they're going to control and dominate and manipulate the rest of us. And we can be pretty sure that the real controllers of this world get together in groups such as the Bilderberg Group, the Council on Foreign Relations, the Trilateral Commission, lots of these groups whose names we know. And there'll also be many whose names we don't get to hear about. But the point is, we can know from this that governments don't run the world. So Boris Johnson is not in charge of the United Kingdom. Donald Trump is not running the United States. There are other higher ups that are dictating the way these things play out. There's also an organization known as the Tavistock Institute of Human Relations based in London. And this group specializes in mass mind control and social engineering. They shape and mold public attitudes and public reactions and behaviors. And we can be sure that Tavistock have played a big role in this current narrative, particularly in terms of things like social distancing and self-isolation, these buzzwords, these phrases that we're now all familiar with. And they've put this stuff in their writings for many, many decades as well. So it's not as if those of us who are paying attention don't have the opportunity to know how these groups operate and the sort of things that they plan to do to us. There's a movie that came out in 1927, almost 100 years ago, called Metropolis. It was directed by a German Freemason by the name of Fritz Lang. And it depicted a futuristic scenario very similar to the one we've got now. So when you watch that movie, the cityscape in which the characters are all living is very similar to the blueprint for the AI smart grid human settlement zones, futuristic smart cities that we have right now, controlled by 5G and artificial intelligence. And this tells you that as long ago as 1927, these groups had an idea of where they eventually wanted to take society. So they operate years and decades ahead of time. They display incredible levels of patience and incredible levels of persistence and tenacity and sticking to the plan. And we're seeing so much of that come to pass now. And again, going back to the idea of predictive programming, which is where we're given an opportunity to know what is coming, there was a movie that came out much more recently in 2011 called Contagion. I've not seen the whole movie, but I've seen some clips from it. And in the dialogue to this movie, they're talking about things like self-isolation and social distancing. They're using these terms. So back then, 9 years ago, it was known that these terms were coming, and we were being prepped for it in the form of these things being placed into works of popular culture. The way these groups and these networks and these individuals operate is by our tacit consent and approval. It's quite a complicated metaphysical concept, but they feel that if they let us know what's coming and give us an opportunity to know what's going to happen to us, when we don't voice any kind of objection, They take our unspoken reaction as our tacit consent to what's happening. So not saying no is as good as saying yes as far as they're concerned. It doesn't matter if people don't believe this. It doesn't matter if people think this is nonsense. They do, and they operate by these tenets. And as I said earlier, understanding this gives us a good heads up on what might be coming next and how we get out of it just by voicing the fact that we do not consent. That's why I wear this t-shirt stating, I do not consent and I was never asked. I think that's a very affirmative statement to put out into creation.
Thanks so much. And that's what we're kind of seeing here is a lot of activism, self-activism, do not consent. I mean, if you want to see a different world than what we're living in currently, then our voice has to matter. And we have to get out there and say, no, we're not going to do it. Just by not wearing masks, I'm not wearing a mask. I know the truth about these viruses and educating others, because a lot of people right now are acting out of fear. And so in the last 5 minutes, when we're going to go into the next scenario, and I'm going to have Karen B take that next segment, I want to wrap this up. Solutions. What can people do right now? And I think we talked about that. I do not consent. Thanks so much. Don't wear a mask. Educate yourself on really what's happening here. Understand the mind control, the programming, the psychological, opening up your heart to others, because people right now are scared and they're afraid of others. And so we are going to be a voice for change. And so, Amanda, you wanted to say one more thing. And then if we don't get to you guys at this segment, all of our panel, Karen B is going to get to you guys. So make sure you just, chime in when via chat to let us know when you really want to put some information out there for us. Okay, go ahead, Amanda.
Thank you. So a couple of things about the mask wearing. I'll give you these studies. You can disseminate them later, but there are studies on the hypoxic or low oxygen effects of wearing masks. Also, it's important to understand that masks have holes, and if we believe in the virus being an infectious agent, which I don't, but if you did, first of all, most of those masks, it goes right through. Then people also say, well, it prevents me from touching my face. Well, again, with their belief system, actually the transmission is more likely through the eyes than through the nasal passages of this particular coronavirus. But if you look up certain studies, you'll see that there are huge respiratory consequences of wearing these masks. They did a study on pregnant healthcare workers, for example, and they found that they had impeding gaseous exchange. They had a huge additional workload on the metabolic system of these mothers, and they had to limit respirator usage and mask usage. As well, there's something called hypoxic training. So if you actually do like mountain running, that kind of thing, they actually have a training where you can increase your red blood cells by wearing a mask, because you're rebreathing your own carbon dioxide and you're increasing your red blood cell production. So you're actually really stressing the body's resources to try to gather and gain more oxygen from the rebreathing problem. As well, there's another study, there's a couple of them. One's called a cluster randomized trial of cloth masks compared with medical masks, and they found that the cloth masks actually increased infection because as you're breathing, bacteria is accumulating as well as moisture on the inside of the mask. People are reusing masks, they're wearing them all the time or long periods of time, and that can actually ironically lead to respiratory infections and respiratory issues. And then there's a whole cacophony of variations on how mask wearing affects your psyche. For example, not just respiration, thermal equilibrium, your vision, but your communication with others, your feeling of well-being, your personal procedures like eating and drinking and sneezing and coughing and these sorts of things, and how you get around in your day-to-day with having this impediment to free speech and communication. So there's a lot of psychological aspects to it, as well as health implications that really need to be considered and discussed openly, because obviously we need to avoid mask wearing for more than one reason.
Yeah, the mask is a muzzle. The mask is a muzzle. So, okay, I want to do it now to Ron. You wanted to make a comment, please.
Yes, I have been doing a lot of research in this, and it seems the seeds of destruction were laid just as what you had said. You were vaccine injured. I have a document from the National Library of Medicine, January 2020, influenza vaccine and respiratory virus interference among Department of Defense personnel during the 2017 and 2018 influenza season. And I sent as a group chat message a photograph that the flu vaccine increases your chance of getting COVID-19 by 36%. So what was done, obviously the military came back from their service. They had spouses or family members that they were visiting. This, the seeds of destruction were laid. Basically, my father was in World War II. All of my uncles were in World War II. And they basically do what's called, you sign a piece of paper when you go into the service that they can do anything to you. It's a consensual form. You have no choice. Now, the Health and Human Services has a law that civilians can reject based on based on the Nuremberg Code 6.1 and 6.3, we can reject any medical treatment. And they call it non-consensual human experimentation law. And I actually have the federal laws on this. So they can't touch you. They can't test you. If you are to get tested, it's your prerogative if you want to put your saliva in a cup. And I did see that the FDA said they should be not invasively testing you, because these tests that they're giving the people in the UK, they're laced with seeds of destruction as well. And the tests themselves are causing the virus. And I posted this to the group prior, and I posted it on my Facebook page. So, it's just like a Trojan horse. Here's 500,000 tests from China. We're going to give them to you, the United States, and you're going to test your people. And the test itself is going to seed the virus within your population. How stupid could people be? So that's what I wanted to point out. And I sent you that document, and I'm sorry about your vaccine injury, Shelley. I've done extensive research. There's been damages awarded by the Department of Justice. So I'll send all that to the group later in emails. And I've posted it on my Facebook page, as well as the International Criminal Court group that I have on Facebook. And thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much, Ron. We are definitely learning. I mean, I'm honestly about vaccines. Had I not gotten sick, I would have no idea, honestly. And so it was a wake-up call for me. And now it's a wake-up call for everybody, because we're all in this together, and they're trying to implement mandatory vaccines, and people have to know that. But we're going to talk about solutions. We're going to now go into our next segment. We need to keep moving along. So I'm going to right now turn it over to Karen B. Thanks, everybody, for that great discussion.
Event 202. They created the storm just as they created the virus in the lab. What better way to execute a plan? A fait accompli 2020. Taking advantage of everyone's deep slumber, conditioning and programming. Social distancing still to be regulated as the new accepted laws. Homelessness rapidly occurring due to the newly assimilated digital currency being set up for all society. What better way than to keep the people off the streets whilst people locked in their sleep? Automated surveillance is the key. In full lockstep, the implementation of full state martial law. All this is part of their plan. To be initiated in the same single point of control. Things will get progressively worse. Global currency as we know it will crash. Homelessness will get worse. Digital currency will increase. Many more will go homeless. Mental welfare will be incredibly challenging for more and more people. People will want to escape. the system will be slowly ramped up. People will have no choice but to be tracked digitally. Central control will be able to monitor all frequencies and track devices to people. All of this will be initiated under the vaccine procedure and soon become mandatory. The digital currency will also come into play and be available to all those who've taken the vaccine. This will cause mass levels of mental stress, which they won't care about but just feed off. The police state will slowly be formed, and under the guise of a 5G D-Wave technology running through to their artificial intelligence system, this will then be incorporated into the vaccine implemented technological state, integrated into all human beings and into smart cities. This will be implemented en masse. Some will accept it willingly, some unwillingly to a degree, but the enforcement people will be on hand to establish this. Militarization will be the key. Worst case scenario, as you can see, there will be enforcers coming into people's homes, invading privacy, and people that don't accept this, there will be detainment, fines, destruction of property without warning, and vaccines enforced. AI will be used to maintain complete control over every aspect of people's lives, from travel, work, finance, health, freedom of movement, communication, friendships, and especially conformance to a social norm.
Okay, that is the second scenario video, which encapsulates what we could possibly be seeing 6 to 12 months after the initial action taken by the government. So what we would like to do now is direct the next question, the beginning of our Q&A for scenario B, to conscious resistance. What do you think that people can do to prepare themselves for actions that they could take in the 6 months after the initial action, as far as possibly vaccines and implementing new technology, a new 5G technology infrastructure in local areas?
Yeah, so thank you for calling on me. It's Derek Bros with the Conscious Resistance. As far as 5G and the video was touching on vaccines, it was talking about biometrics, and this is what I call the technocratic state. Some people refer to it as a technocracy. And you know, we just have to face the reality again without fear, but just awareness. You know, fear doesn't. When you're educated, you understand what's going on. But the reality is, I mean, I'm looking at a headline announced 2 moments ago. New York City announcing contact tracing program will be the example for the rest of the country. You know, they're talking about monitoring people with their smartphones and the push for digital certificates. And of course, people like Bill Gates pushing vaccines, and yes, 5G rolling out even quicker than it had been prior during this whole crisis. So those are very real things that we have to contend with. And, you know, there are steps that we can talk about as far as protecting our health and those sort of things. But I guess what I would focus on for the moment in relation to 5G and really in relation to any of the problems that we're going to cover today is what I call freedom cells. And freedom cells is just small decentralized groups of 7 to 8 to 9 people who come together to share skills, to share ideas, to share resources. And the goal being that, say I start one in Houston, we have a East Houston cell, and we start growing our own food. We start learning about how to take care of our health and educate ourselves and do all kinds of, you know, important, empowering activities. And at the same time, we connect to, say, the North Houston Freedom Cell. We connect to the West Houston Freedom Cell. And then on a larger level, we connect to the Florida Freedom Cell, the Italian Freedom Cell, and we start building a decentralized network for us to share, again, ideas, resources, skills, and to compete directly with these systems. I do not believe that there's going to be any president or any way to vote ourselves out of this situation or to wait on a savior or to sign petitions or do any of those things. We're much past the potential for any of those to actually work. Not to say don't take step, don't spread the word, do what you have to do. But at the end of the day, I think the only real solution to 5G, to the push for mandatory vaccinations, for the rolling out of the technocratic state, is for us to band together in communities, whether that means in the city, in the countryside, moving to a different place, what have you, exiting and building when necessary, or holding down the fort in your community when necessary, and spreading these ideas and building the better world that we know is possible. And that's going to look different in different places. That's the goal and the point of decentralization, that I can't give you a perfect plan that's going to work for you. And it'll look different to people here on this panel and the people listening, that if we economic banking system, their education system, their governing system, their healthcare system, their food production system, all of these systems that we can see now are extremely weak and extremely unsustainable, then we can have hope and have empowerment to build the next world. But if we stay here and we keep waiting for the answers to be provided for us, if we stay waiting for a leader, whether that's in government or in the activist movement, I think we're going to be sorely disappointed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Actually, excellent suggestions. I'd also like to, Celeste, if Celeste is here and ready to speak, I'd like to hear from you with your experience as far as working for FEMA and the government, and what actions they may be taking at this stage in their process.
Okay, so what everybody needs to know, that back on August 15th, 2016, they put Health and Human Services put in the Federal Register an 88-page document on communicable diseases. I'm talking about all the language that we're seeing come to pass right now. And it was passed 90 days later, and it just laid in wait for us right now. And so it is actually being activated, or has been activated. You need to know that Health and Human Services entry into the Federal Register was a UN mandate, that this is actually coming from the United Nations, and so that everybody's harmonized. That's why you're seeing everybody speaking the same language. That's why we've got the same program going out. And what I would say that we're up against right now is a soft martial law. It has not gone hard. And when they talk about waves, we have something called dual use language. And so what happens is, while the waves of the virus come, they're also going to give us managed waves of a little bit of freedom, some resistance, and then we're going to be incrementally going tighter and tighter into tyranny. And so I agree with much of the other panelists where the buck stops with me as far as, resisting. I think people really need to understand what the deeper significance of what they're talking about. When they're talking about testing for COVID, it is actually a blood harvesting, and it's going into the quantum supercomputers. They are running post-crime and pre-crime, as well as this came out about 2 weeks ago. They said, well, we got the blood anyway, so we are going to go deep into your family history. That has all sorts of ramifications because HIPAA laws have been suspended. Actually, the Constitution has been suspended, and I could spend hours going into that. The second thing is that there are 48 different vaccinations. They contain aborted fetal tissue. They contain humanized mice. What is a humanized mouse? It is a mouse that has human organs, human blood, human immune system. It's basically a mouse in a human in a mouse suit. And then they take human proteins and put it into the vascular system of plants. And then, so it's like a hybrid human plant. And they're going to mix all this in a blender with a little CRISPR, and they're saying that this is going to keep us safe from the pathogen. The last one is the one that I'm really worried about, and that's the DARPA hydrogel. Basically, it's nanoparticles, and they have been experimenting with it for 10 years. They wanted to put chips in the brain. They didn't want to have to do surgery, so they came up with this nano hydrogel. As soon as coronavirus hit, they were there. They said it's ready to deploy, And basically what they're going to sell the public is it will alert public health that you are sick before you have that scratchy throat, before you have that cough, before you get a temperature or anything. But it also does many other things. So once this hydrogel gets into your body, it is nanoparticles, so it assembles inside your body. It starts growing and fusing with your cells, your ligaments, your muscles, your bones. So in the old days with the RFIDs, you say, oh, it's not cool, I changed my mind. People got them cut out. This becomes one with you. You can't. But the absolute worst scary part about it is you become one with a computer. You become your own computer interface. You become one with the quantum computer, with your devices, with your smart, anything that you have in your house. And we are going to be told that unless we do all 3 steps, get tested, get the vaccination of whichever one they choose. They're all basically the same, but they go much deeper than pathogens. And then this sensor, that we are not going to be able to get back to normal. So that's kind of what's going on. And so part of the first part of making a decision is educating. So now you know what the basic plan for this is. And so now it's up to you to decide what your plan is. And that is you're probably going to get some consequences for that. That might be prison time. It might be being secluded in your home. You may not be able to go to the grocery store. You need to think about, okay, so what am I going to do? How am I going to negotiate that? I'm going to have a garden, so I don't have to go to the grocery store. I grow my own medicine, so I don't have to go to the pharmacy, and I get skilled in, taking care of my own health care and various other things. So you then, because you've got this knowledge now, you can make some wise decisions. But is the government going to come out and tell you about all these things? No, they're not going to tell you. I was in a Y2K, 9/11, Hurricane Katrina, and I can tell you the objectives that were achieved were hair-raising, and what you see has been a lie for a long time. So.
Thank you, Celeste. Thank you for your insight. Cyrus Parsa, you have something to add to that as well?
Yeah, I want to add to everything that was said, actually. So I want to address these 3 videos real quick. I recommend everyone to watch them. So one is coronavirus causes a digital field throughout the entire world with fear. Recommend everyone watch that. The other one is the connection between coronavirus, 5G, and AI, and so on. The third one addresses everything we just talked about. AI, the plan to invade humanity. So I just want to say something, because all of you on the panel can be taken out in the future if there's some mistakes that were made. So I agree on everything you say on principle. So if there is an entire lockdown and we stop food supplies, and then all these drones come in, and the machines come in, the robots come in, facial recognition, voice recognition, biometrics, then we lose our constitution and everything. So we're enslaved, and then it can lead to mass chaos, murder, death, the extinction codes that I found in stages. On the other hand, this virus I found is a real virus, and it replicates, and it gets reinforced by 5G and fear as well. So if you don't have any type of caution, and it does spread and other people get killed, everyone on this panel loses their platform. So here's the issue. So I put this book out, and this has a lot of solutions. So on the subtitle, it says why the world needs to support the Trump administration against China's regime. Let me explain why that is. People made fun of me, a lot of people, millions, and now they saw it was all right. So please just listen up. It's really important. So I chose George Washington because he in the Constitution. I put Trump's head on there. And this here, the phone resembles a smartphone, programming everyone's thoughts with fear and everything else to accept robots, cybernetics, and then the 5G system rolls out. and IoTs and all the smart cities and the grid system, right? And controls you. But what generates all of this is Karl Marx. So in the big tech companies' brains and even a lot of our intelligence communities, their thought process, the digital layer that forms their thinking and the code they put in the system is formulated with socialism and communism, which connects to one platform and makes everyone's thoughts uniform on the AI system. In a sense, it dominates and controls everybody. And you have miseries like you did in communist China, in Russia, where 60 million Christians died, in Vietnam, Cambodia, and North Korea. So what needs to be done, we need to expose, I put the answer on the bottom. The whole world needs to expose China's regime. I know some people don't like Trump because of his personality, but he represents the Constitution, and the people around him, a few of them, they understand, they don't want to do this. At the same time, if they release everybody at the moment and then a lot of people die because this virus actually replicates. So I agree with what she said, the digital field is important. Our thoughts, a wise person told me, for every illness, 30% is physical and 70% is mental. So in the past, when you had plagues, you didn't stop your food production. You didn't stop your daily things, right? So if 20% of the entire world died, then they died, but people went on. But if you ever put everyone like mice in a little room, it potentially can take out 90% of the people, of the population, through multiple extinction codes that I found, which has to do with conflicts, has to do with fear, stopping food supplies, an array of different things. But the solution, as I put in that AI invasion video, is really threefold. And it's so vast, it would take me hours to explain, but really it comes down to this. Have no fear, improve ourselves. Look inside if we've ever hurt our friends, our family members, strangers, anybody. Repent deep inside and improve our morals and our ethics. Secondly, to expose this communist regime, because all those big tech companies, why did I sue China and all the big tech companies together? Because everything is generated to the Huawei system and the One Belt, One Road that connects Europe, Africa, the Middle East, and the Far East. President Trump came in, he cut that off mostly with China. So US is mostly protected. But unfortunately, there are the groups of people have been attacking him for 3 years. He wasn't able to save Europe. He wasn't able to save all the other countries. Nobody saw behind the scenes what was happening. They just attacked him for his character rather than the whole global picture. So my second solution is to expose China's communist regime for 20 years of slave camps, organ harvesting of Falun Dafa Christian, Tibetan Uyghurs, and why we were complicit. Do you guys think we're all sitting here out of coincidence? Why would, for 20 years, the whole world do business with China? And off of people's bloods, how many people were organ harvested? How many of your governments, our governments, knew about it, didn't say anything? Obama, he knew that Joe Biden took $1.5 billion. The same time they knew they had concentration camps of Christians, Falun Dafa, Tibetan Uyghurs, and they were harvesting them since the year 2001. And our technology that came from Google, built their surveillance system, and all these Western companies helped China to hunt, quarantine, and kill their own citizens. Now this sin is coming back to bite everyone in the world. That's why I'm saying expose the Chinese Communist Party and repent. The third thing is truly have a wish from our hearts, deep down from our hearts, to be good, to endure, and to be awakened and enlightened, have a blissful and beautiful future. This is our wish, but it has to come from our hearts and our sincerity. I can talk about this tech and this problem and this problem. All these billions of problems are interconnected to these three principles. It's very, very simple.
All right. Thank you, Cyrus. Thank you for that. Amanda, you wanted to address the issue of the virus. Would you like to speak on viruses, please?
Sure. It's important for people to understand that a virus has never been isolated, not once, not ever, and never will be, because it doesn't exist as described. If you look at Dr. Stefan Lenke's work, he was the one really to get things vocalized. He's a German virologist, biologist, and he was actually the one to first identify a phage in the ocean, which are large structures that actually support the terrain of the fish and help them overcome disease. So they're not pathogenic. And when he realized that, he was like, something's very wrong. And he started to look at measles virus particularly, and he wanted to see the original papers that identify the virus and name it, measure it, and describe it appropriately. And he found that in all the original papers, that was not done. None of the viral particles as they have described and shown cartoons of, and colored pictures of, and fancy CGI of, they don't exist like that. They aren't seen on 2D microscopes properly. They're artifacts of the body, and they're produced when the body undergoes stress. Stress, toxins, and nutritional deficiencies will lead to issues in the body where cells start to proliferate because they have to fix a problem. And when you have waste material gone out of control, then you have to remove them. The body has to remove them. Now, if you are living a lifestyle where you're feeding yourself all kinds of bad foods, smoking cigarettes, drinking alcohol, drinking lots of coffee, not taking care of your health, then each spring you usually go through a natural sort of detox where you remove these materials through mucus out of the body. And if you take that mucus and you look at it under a microscope, you'll find all these kinds of particles. And if you're looking for these groups of particles, you'll kind of find what you're looking for. And it's basically like saying flies have caused the garbage that you made, but no, you make your garbage and then the flies are attracted to the garbage. So same thing in your body, you make the garbage, your own microbes go to work pleomorphically, polymorphically, meaning they change shape. So a bacterium becomes a fungal form, becomes a viral form, and so on. Not to make you toxic or make you sick per se, as they've described it, and give you bad things, but to actually assist the body to remove the poisons from all the tissues and remove them appropriately. If you're in a nutritional deficiency state, then what's going to happen is you can't remove it appropriately through the liver and through the kidneys. You will use other organ systems like the skin, as we see in measles or chickenpox, as we see in the lungs coming out, which is inappropriate. Ideally, you would go right through the liver. So people say, oh, you shouldn't say that, you might get it. And then what happens? And I say, I will never get it. I'll never get it because I detox my body regularly and I give myself good nutrition and I don't poison myself. I'm not afraid of anything that I couldn't even possibly catch anyway. So understanding that right from the beginning, we do not have a virus, we do not have it identified appropriately, and it does not satisfy Henle-Cox postulates. And even in the original papers from COVID, from China, it states in that research that it does not satisfy Koch's postulates, which means if you take an isolate and you remove it and you put it in a healthy individual, you should be able to make that disease appear. They have not done that work. They cannot do that work, because if they were able to actually isolate it and do that and try to infect a healthy subject, nothing would happen. If you look at any study done on contagion, what they have to do in order to produce a disease response is poison the host. It's exactly what vaccines do, by the way. If you actually could make a vaccine with just the isolate of what you were trying to promote some sort of immune response from, say, even a bacteria, what would happen is nothing, because you have to first poison the host in order for them to go through a violent response and produce cytokine storms and all these kinds of immuno particles to get this absolute non-self out of the body. And that's why vaccines don't work unless they put the poison adjuvants in, the metals and the polysorbates and the antibiotics and all of these violent tissues that don't belong in your body. So right there, we don't have contagion and we don't have viruses. From the research, from the base of the history of it, and I always encourage people to go read Dr. Stefan Lenke's work. If you're new to this, if you're trying to understand this, you cannot take a virus and put it in a biological lab and make some Frankenstein monster, because the second it hits air, the second it hits the sun, it's over. It denatures. It's done. It dehydrates, okay? All you can do, if you want to make a Frankenstein monster, which I know they have in lab, you put it in the vaccine and you put it in people's bodies, and then you have a very big problem on your hands. So the first step is to make sure you're eating right, you're detoxing the body, you're learning about how to do that. And the next step is to not take a vaccine, because that is exactly how you do get the biological agent inside your blood, in which it will cause a huge problem on every possible level and can be very hard to heal. As many of us have attested, we are vaccine damaged. I am myself. So I just want to address that. I have all the research and all the papers for anybody who wants that information. I'm more than willing. I have blog articles on my website, lots of videos on this topic, so you can learn about why this does not exist as described, and to understand pleomorphism, that we make the particles ourselves. And that's why they say it mutates. Oh, it's changed a little from Italy to Iran to Canada. Why? It hasn't mutated at all. It's because we each make individual particles that are a little bit different than everybody else. So you can look at that map that they say it's mutated, and it's all bollocks. So I want to get that point across. Thank you.
Okay, Amanda, thank you. Also, actually, one of Amanda's suggested books I actually just recently purchased, and this might be a good thing for others to purchase, Goodbye Germ Theory. It's called Ending a Century of Medical Fraud and How to Protect Your Family by Dr. William P. Trebing. So that's something that you can pick up as well if you want to educate yourself as far as germ theory and viruses are concerned. Also, next, I'd like to call on Matt Landman. What do you have as far as suggestions for people to stay empowered in the face of being told, having this propaganda put in our faces daily by the media, the governments? So what can we do as people to stay empowered, to keep things going, and to help to inform others?
Thank you, Karen. I think it's really, I know it's really important in this age of disinformation and this age of falsehoods that we now live in, is to acknowledge, firstly, we live in a world of duality, right? So there are polar opposites. And right now we're in this space of fear. But what's the opposite of fear? What's on the flip side of fear? It's hope. So in a world of duality, of polarity, we have to recognize that there's two sides to everything. Also know that fear actually acidifies the body, leaving it susceptible to illness. So if we can take a step back, witness the fear, and see it for what it is, we can also empower ourselves with simple truths and bring the truth forward simply. I like the model KISS, K-I-S-S. I've got a master's degree in business, and almost every day in the classroom we learned to keep it simple, stupid, K-I-S-S, especially as activists honoring the truth with integrity. We can bring these things forward in a very gentle way. I like to have the conversation with people saying, do you know what COVID-19 stands for? Coronavirus disease of 2019. Did you know there was a COVID-18, COVID-17, COVID-16, COVID-15, and there will be a COVID-20, COVID-21, COVID-22? And just opening that in their heads, well, how did the world react to COVID-18, COVID-17? And did it have just as many implications as this? Okay, so I want to talk about frequency really quick. We can all learn more about frequency. If you learn about 432 hertz versus 440 hertz and the Nazi regime and Joseph Goebbels and how much we are influenced by frequency. Learn about Royal Raymond Rife, learn about Tesla, learn about Masaru Emoto, and you can see how susceptible we are to frequency manipulation, and then we can empower ourselves. For instance, I went backwards in time and got myself this little slider phone. This does everything that I need, and it doesn't interact with my brain waves and all that stuff. Also, it's important to know that we're in a battle of spirituality. There's light and dark, and this is playing out right before our eyes. And while we're being manipulated and we have all these falsehoods right in front of our faces, it's so important and amazing that we have this opportunity to cultivate our intuition. This means asking our heart, asking our guts, honoring our spirituality, and seeing the truth and knowing the truth by how it feels. Because, like I said, we're in this age of falsehood. And knowing and seeing, it's like stepping aside and seeing the ego, right? When you can step outside and witness your ego, you can also step outside and witness the fear and actually feel it. And what happens when you're in a space of fear? You're not empowered. You've lost all hope, right? And you're very easily susceptible to the manipulation of the media conglomerates and all this everything, all of it, every which way. But when you can flip it and know, like I said, that we're in this world of polarity, duality, honor the hope side of it, and in hope we can empower and we can really just bring that truth forward and bring the knowledge to our friends, family, and peers in a grounded, level-headed way. Like I said, what's COVID-19 even stand for? Did you know that wearing a mask doesn't even do anything? I went into the post office yesterday and I didn't wear a mask. And I tried to put this over my mouth just for a minute. And the postal employee said, we're actually not allowed to tell you to wear a mask. And I said, thank God, because I'm not doing it anyways. But just these little simple things, honoring our spirituality and that we're here for a reason, right? We're here to bring the truth forward for the children, for the next generation, honoring that truth and shining that light. We can really lead by example, by not being in that place of fear, by being completely empowered, standing our ground, leading by example. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Matt. Shai Dannon, do you have something to add to that as far as anything, any sort of legal actions we can take in mind for these new measures that they might be putting in place as a result of this live exercise?
Well, actually less about the legal side, but I want to take it from where Celeste left it, and Cyrus, and Amanda, and Matt, and actually refer to what the four of them just said. And I really agree with what they said. I mean, we need to remember, there's a war going on. Also, it's been started long ago. And a lot of steps in this war we are not aware of, and they've already been run through an AI computer. So they know what's ahead of us, but we don't. Still, we need to remember that God, the Creator, is on our side. And we were created according or by his image, and we have this advantage on our side. And you know, we are such an amazing creature. They need to create an alternative reality to fool us or to lead us into believing there's a virus, real or fake, doesn't matter now, but to make us believe there's a virus, trying to push down our throat this 5G system, trying to push down our throat the vaccination with all the gadgets that follow it. And we need to agree in order for all of this to happen. So I want to take everything back now to step one. We should not agree. I'm not here for survival. I don't want to go and hide in the bush like Hunger Games. This is not my game. This is not my cup of tea, and I don't think anyone should have this as his cup of tea or hers. I'm here for winning, not for surviving. Not just, okay, I'll have the vaccine. Does it have the chip? No way. This is a war for life and death. I do not agree. I do not consent to live in a world where my child has to take, mandatory vaccination with chips and antennas and AI controlled. No way. It's either we win or we don't. I'm not here for survival games, Hunger Games, and although I have my garden and I educate myself and others about these things, I don't think this is where we need to go. We need to stop it here and now. And in order to do that, we need enough number of people getting up and saying enough is enough. That's it. It's just what I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Shai.
Sure.
Kate Shamarani, you would like to add to that as well? Kate? Is she muted?
Hi.
Oh, there we
No,
go.
I'm unmuted. First of all, I just wanted to bring in, going back, and I'll come back to what Shai said. What a lot of people don't realize, we're talking about everything that's happening together, very, very softly, like what's happened looking back through history. We don't have all this foisted on us all at once. It's a gradual thing. It's gradual. Little bits get taken away from us. We accept it. and then a little bit more gets taken away, we accept it. So at the moment, there's all this talk about mandatory vaccines. So and now, if you know, we're being told that we've all got to stay social distancing, stay home. Everyone's accepted it. Most people have, and then it's going to be down to everyone's going to have the test, and most people accept it because they want to get back to what they think is normal, but normal's gone, and then it will be the vaccine. So it's a little bit like they're just going to drip feed. Now, first of all, the hospitals were built all over the UK, the Nightingale hospitals, which if you are building it from a point of view of cross-contamination, infection, these are just great big open rooms with lots of beds, lots of ventilators. And then in May 2020, the new law, guideline, whatever you want to call it, act comes in that unless you opt out, everyone is an organ donor. Everyone. Well, you can't be an organ donor if you've had cancer. 1 in 2 people in the UK have cancer in their lifetime, and that's soon going to be everybody, I believe, by 2050. So who would make the best organ donors? Well, that would be children and young adults. So why do we have all these hospitals? Why do we have all these new ventilators, these great big sprawling open rooms? What are they sitting there for? I've never known anyone build anything unless they're going to use it. And then we're ranking up the 5G, which is all in, and it is in. It's being laid out while all the kids were sent home, so they all missed their exams. It's never ever happened in my lifetime. Some teachers, head teachers I was talking to, every single school, they were all sent home. They've all missed their exams. So jumping ahead, I'm starting to think, what do they have planned for this pandemic? That it's all going to be ranked up. Everyone's going to get sick. So going back to what Shai said, it's okay. I'm not frightened at all. I'm a Christian. I'm 54 years old. God decides when I die. And so it's very easy for me to speak out. It just rolls off my back, all the criticism and hate, etc. However, I do believe that by sitting there and saying, well, I'm not prepared, I'm not going to live in that. I'm not going to have that vaccine. I'm not going to have that test. So I'm going to stay home. I'm going to grow my vegetables. The problem with, which is great, which is how I want to live anyway. But what happens if we need emergency care? It takes us back to, if anyone's read the book, Brave New World by Aldous Huxley. You either lived in utopia or you lived in the savage reservation. So that would make me sort of, we have to act now. We don't want, sorry, someone keeps trying to keep, no matter how much I decline, they keep calling me. We don't want it to get to the stage where the 5G is up, the test is up and running, the vaccine is up and running. It's a case of safety in numbers. We're a huge population in the world, and we all need to literally get up off our knees and rise to this now and say we're not actually going to have any of this now. Because if we don't, we're going to literally have utopia and the savage reservation. And the savage reservation, Aldous Huxley, incidentally, was a member of the Committee of 300. Everyone hailed his book as a science fiction book, but it was actually a blueprint for society. And that's exactly what you see happening now. That's exactly what they're bringing in. All of what was in his book. And I would really advise everyone to read it. So I think to wait and try and live alongside this utopia will not do anything really for any of us. And certainly I've got 4 teenagers who have gone through the system. I would say that 3 of them were very brainwashed, and they're going to be into it. So I do think we need to make some really good action here. We need to literally be up off our knees and protesting now, not trying to live in that utopia, but not of it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Kate. I agree with everything you just said. All right, in the interest of keeping things moving along, we need to move on to our third scenario, our third video, which is talking about 12 to 24 months after the initial action taken by the government. So let's move on to our next video, please.
As the pandemic escalates, food starts to run out. People wait in line for hours just for basic supplies. A mandatory vaccine program is rolled out across the world. Civil unrest becomes more commonplace, with widespread looting and rioting. More and more security forces are deployed as governments move in lockstep to control the masses. World economies crash as consumer demand and family incomes dry up. Food shortages turn into famine. Water shortages turn into droughts, and energy becomes rationed. Total surveillance becomes more commonplace, especially in cities. Detainment camps are used for punishment for disobedience, with even stricter quarantines being enforced, and the death toll increases.
Welcome back, everybody. We've just seen the final segment of what this world is going to look like if we do nothing. And so what we're really trying to emphasize here is that your voice counts. We need to be active. We need to not be muzzled, right? Our voice really does matter. And of course, the higher ups want us to just shut up and comply. And we've really gone over a lot of that. But now I want to talk about, let's say things happen. The grocery store shelves start to become empty. What can we do now at this point in time to be able to prepare for that? To network with other people, possibly, find farmers, find people who are growing their food, set up a trade situation, start stocking beans and rice. It's not to be an alarmist. It's to say, hey, if we are so tied to supermarkets, the electric company, our water supply, and all those things, can we do things right now to help us feel like we have prepared? Not to make a run on toilet paper, right? Because that obviously has created a lot of fear in everybody. But what can we do now? So would anyone like to chime in on that? I'm going to divert to Matt Lemon.
Hi, I'd love to talk about it. After I got my MBA, I went and worked on an organic farm. And at the age of 35, I thought I knew everything, you know how people get. I learned that potatoes grew potatoes. And it pretty much blew my mind because I lived with potatoes. They tried to grow under my sink and in my pantry, but never did I know that just dropping the potato in the ground and putting some dirt over it, that I would be growing actual potatoes. And that little bit kind of snapped my indoctrination, made me realize that all this public education and 4 years getting a bachelor's of science and then getting a master's in business administration, focus in strategic sustainability, graduated top of my class. I didn't know potatoes grew potatoes, okay? This little simple thing can kind of snap you out of this helplessness where we get stuck in this frequency of fear, right? Just honoring that truth starts to open up these different worlds. You know, you put the seed in the ground and it grows, and here it is. We just have to cultivate it. And these simple little things, I know it sounds like nothing, but I know there's people listening that are like, potatoes grow potatoes. Wow, thanks for that, Matt. It's very simple, some of these empowering things, but organic farming is just like that. You learn by doing. So I encourage everyone, anyone out there, stick a seed in the ground, see what happens, learn and repeat.
Excellent point. Just square foot gardening, get a book. As a matter of fact, when, if things happen with the internet going down right now, start downloading papers, start getting books that you can read, get all those YouTubes that you want and take notes now. Don't wait till it comes a time when you can't. Yasmin, I'd like you to chime in, please.
Okay, thank you. I would like to talk really quickly about the fact that in my journey, I did discover that less is more, actually, and that allowed me to kind of break away from the system as it was. I began to make my own shampoos, products, basically just moving towards chemical-free everything and finding that I didn't need anything else from the store anymore. And that was one of the aspects that got me to disentangle from the whole thing, because we realized that we actually need a lot less than we have been led to believe, because that's part of the conditioning, part of the mind control. We have all this stuff shown to us that you need this and all your flaws are emphasized so that you can go in and buy the solution. So on multiple levels, we find out that we can actually provide for ourselves if we learn the natural ways, so that you can actually, produce these foods yourself, like growing them from scraps at home, or you can actually heal yourself with herbals and supplements. You start to learn about this, as well as moving away from chemicals in general, because we need far less than we've actually been led to believe. But all of this has to do with the fact that it's not just something new. This is mind control aspects that have, unfolded predictably over time. And one of the things that I want to chime in with right now is that they have very predictable ways that they play out. So our main strength in this is the ability to see this pattern and essentially intercept it. Because once you understand what this stuff is, you have infinite creative potential to just evade it, to dismantle it, to move forward. So the empowerment actually comes from within our own bodies and our own frequencies. So if we're able to actually control what goes into ourselves and like Amanda was saying earlier, expanding our heart centers, basically working on our own frequencies by moving away from toxicity, controlling what it is that we do with our own selves. It starts with the self. And the last thing that I want to say is that everything that we have learned about science and truth and health has been inverted. So if we're going to use inverted truths to try to help ourselves, we're not going to be doing anything at all. And the number of cases that actually come through medical malpractice, people dying because of the drugs that are being given, is astronomical. So once we actually start learning that these things themselves don't even add up, don't even work that way, then you can start to question and realize you don't need their cure. You don't need their purported cure, because you can actually do it for yourself. But it's not just that. I think we're all here gathered today talking about this because of the fact that it would strip away people's rights. Like, you want to go get your vaccine, brilliant. Other people that don't want to should also have the right to not get it. And that's where it comes in, like Shai was saying, we don't want to go hide under some rocks, because the vast majority of people are conditioned and traumatized into believing this is the reality of the world. So at the end of the day, it takes your voice and your own frequency standing up and saying, well, I have the right to do otherwise. And that empowerment is in your hands. And I'm really grateful that we can do that.
Great point. I'd like to direct the next question to Dave, allegedly Dave. What do you think about the people who say, well, if you don't get your vaccine, then you're spreading the disease, or my vaccine only works if you get yours? So Dave, could you talk about that, as well as any other things you'd like to add?
While Dave's waiting, I'd like to interject really quick on what Yasmin said. I believe that as we live these falsehoods, we're resonating in a frequency of lies and mistruths, not truth. But when we can honor that truth, resonate in the frequency of truths, all these other truths become self-evident and becomes much more empowering. We have to honor that frequency and understand it.
Okay, great. While we're waiting for Dave, I'd like to talk about Celeste. Celeste, you were talking about, you're an organic grower. You grow your own stuff. And I liked what Matt was talking about. You can just grow potatoes from potatoes. What are some other tips you can give our listeners about how easy it is to grow things?
So here I live in the Rocky Mountains, and sometimes it's 50 degrees outside, and yet I have a citrus orchard. Right now I'm looking at my coffee bushes in my living room window. Every single room in my house grows food. And so whatever you love, you can grow. And you might want to find a mentor to do that. You can do books. I give classes on my Patreon site. We did just a health cream class, how to make your own, yesterday. So there's all these wonderful ideas, and it is really fun, even in this virtual realm, to get a few people together and you're not alone doing it. It makes it kind of fun. And I just really encourage everybody to just even pick one food that they absolutely love and try growing it, because one, it not only will nourish your body, but it's going to nourish your soul and your spirit. It's going to lift you up. It's going to make you more human, because we were designed to take care of the earth. And so I just go for it, try. And then if you run into some problems, like I know there's a lot of people that say they've got brown thumbs, just find somebody to mentor. There's plenty of people, especially elderly people, that this is in their background. They know how to grow, they know how to can, they know how to dry stuff. So, and they are feeling kind of lonely right now. So when you tap into them and do the kindness, reciprocal thing, it preserves our humanity. And that's one thing that the powers that be want to strip from us. Thank you.
Excellent point. I love this minimalist idea. We don't need to go to the grocery stores. We can grow our own stuff. And if we don't know how, we get mentored. Dave, I wanted to talk to you about vaccines and this idea that unless I get vaccinated, your vaccine doesn't work. Could you talk to us about that? How they're trying to instill that their vaccines only work if 100% compliance, such as Bill Gates is trying to accomplish. And then, of course, add anything else you'd like to add.
Right. Well, I mean, it's a ridiculous idea anyway. But I think more importantly, before I say anything about that, more importantly, is I see a lot of fear at the moment because, you know, I think somebody brought out that the law has changed in England, that now the law says that you know, they can mandatorily vaccinate us. Right. Well, I actually went and looked at this new law. I couldn't find anywhere where it says that they can do that. And in any case, there's no way that they can ever make you take a vaccine. They can bully you. They can coerce you. Yeah, they've got lots of different ways of coercing you, but they always need your agreement. I think it was Matt who said, it was either Matt or Mark who said the same thing, but they always need your agreement. And I keep telling people that the best way to deal with it is to conditionally accept it. Okay. I've got a couple of documents. I'll put them out. I've put them out before, but I'll put them out to anybody who wants to have a look at them. But you basically say, yeah, I'm happy to take your vaccine on the condition that you show me, and I've got 8 or 9 things that I asked them, but and condition you show me placebo-controlled double-blind studies that show that they're safe and effective, and you know, things like that, things they haven't got, things they can't actually provide you with. In which case, if they can't provide you with them, they're actually agreeing with you that these things aren't safe. And along with that, I give them I provide a liability statement, basically saying that the doctor, if he signs it, takes full commercial liability for his actions, which is what he should do, right? You know, if he's going to try and force a vaccine on you, he's got to take a responsibility for it, shouldn't he? You know, so obviously, doctors will not sign that. You know, they won't sign it. They won't be able to give you the proofs that you asked for, and that leaves you in a stalemate, because should anything happen, if they give you the vaccine and should anything happen to you, well, now you've got a legal standpoint to show, look, you know, he had the opportunity not to give it to me and I accepted it, blah, blah, blah. He's now liable, and no, they won't sign it because they know that's where it's going. So I just wanted to say that it's right now there's a lot of fear around this idea of mandatory vaccines. And they like to put that out because they know that there's a high percentage of people out there who will just go along with it because, oh, it's mandatory, so I better do it. Yeah.
Excellent point. Dave, I can't hear you. Did you want to finish your thought? We'll come back to you, Dave. I'd like to address the same question to Kate about vaccines. What about this notion that your vaccine only works as good as if I get it? Can you talk about that as well as anything you'd like to add?
Well, it's quite ridiculous, because if they really understood,
Huh?
Sorry, Dave. Kate, we'll come right back to you. Dave, you're cutting out. Can you hear us? We're going to try to get allegedly Dave back on. In the meantime, Kate, could you finish that thought, please?
Well, if their vaccination worked, it wouldn't matter if somebody else wasn't vaccinated. So that very statement proves that the vaccine doesn't work. What's actually happening now and what happened, I spoke to a couple of head teacher and another senior teacher yesterday, and I know that a lot of people that work in the healthcare industry, I don't even like to call it a profession, what they're almost bullied into having the vaccine. So the teachers were saying yesterday they'll have to have it, and I know that some healthcare workers were told they have to have the flu vaccine, for instance. So then you have all the nurses on the front line. And at the moment, we're being almost blackmailed with this propaganda of stay home, protect your NHS. I'm not sure why we would need to protect our NHS, because that's actually their role in our community, is to actually be there to serve us should we be sick and require that service. So to actually say to us, stay home and protect the NHS is quite bizarre. So they're all thinking that they need the vaccine first and they're asking for it. Then a lot of the police officers will be told that they need to have it. And these people don't really argue about getting it because they're fearful about losing their jobs. So they don't question whether they have any rights. They just accept it from the hierarchy in their positions. And so if there is anything in that vaccine, if there is, like there was the SARS vaccine, which made those that did come into contact with wild SARS far more predisposed to serious complications, one would always question what is in that vaccine that they are actually unleashing on the population, and does that indeed put the rest of us who haven't had it at a greater risk? And it also destroys herd immunity as well.
Excellent. Conscience resistance, would you like to add to what Kate said?
Yeah, I'll just add to the topic a little more generally. This is Derek Bros, the Conscious Resistance. First, I do want to address, Yasmin and others have definitely made some good points about us not getting sucked into fear and recognizing the power that we have and, the power that we can put out there, as well as Matt talked about that. And I just want to direct everybody to my shirt. It says, "You are powerful, you are beautiful, you are free." This is a positive affirmation that I use and I end every one of my videos with. And I just want, for a brief second, anybody who's listening, the 4,000 plus people we have, to take a deep breath and to repeat that. Say, "I am powerful, I am beautiful, I am free." Anybody who feels inclined, because these are the messages that we need to be getting into our minds, into our train of thought as we take on these very difficult situations. There was a discussion about the law and whether, how the law has played into or may have changed. We just need to be real and accept that if you live in the US, you live in any country that has the Constitution or some semblance of freedom, privacy, liberty, that those things are only pieces of paper. And the governments have already proven that they do not respect them. They do not value them. They're not going to listen to them. They're not going to listen to your petitions. In some instances, we can get them to back off and back down, but ultimately, we're playing within their field. And that's not meant to instill fear or be negative or whatever people want to say. It's the truth. Is the truth that these people have control. We were born into this world. The way that we do get out of that is what some people have suggested: growing your own food, unplugging. That doesn't mean running away. I think there's some misinterpretation sometimes. People think it's about running away. Some people are going to stay in their home communities. They're going to stay where they're at. But we have to be able to accept that the Bill Gates and others, they're not just going to go away after this year, after this coronavirus, or after that. They're going to continue to push their agenda. So it might not happen in 2020. Think about Agenda 2030. We're in the beginning of a very difficult decade where 5G, the smart grid are all coming live. And all these things are just facts. They don't have to be negative or positive. They're just facts, things that we are existing with, and we get to decide how we respond to them. So it's important to understand that. And I think that we need to remember that good people break bad laws. Just because something is a law or the state says that it's required, for example, they might say it's required to get a mandatory vaccination or to have an immunity passport or to do whatever kind of crazy things we can dream up. If and when those things happen, if you're isolated, if you are an individual, you will have a much more difficult time and ability to thrive, because we don't want to just survive. As somebody else said, we want to thrive. This is why I emphasize freedom cells and communities. And for anybody who's interested in that, we have a website. It's a social media site, not like Facebook, not like any of the others. It's a map that's meant to help you find other people, to build cells, circles, groups, hubs, whatever you want to call them. It's just freedomcells, CELLS.org. You can join there. You can add your skills, your interests. Somebody in the chat was asking, what if I just live in a flat? You can grow food no matter what environment you're in. So those are the two main things I want to emphasize. And I don't want to sound like a broken record, but whether we're talking about 5G, vaccines, what have you, the answer is community. The answer is us coming together and working together and empowering each other. So I would just want those two terms to stick in your head: freedom cells and permaculture. Look up permaculture. You can grow food in any climate, any environment. We can unplug from their unsustainable food production system, and we can build a better world. But we can't do it by having faith in Donald Trump or any of the presidential candidates or any of the systems around the world, no matter what country you live in. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And now I'd like to just let allegedly Dave finish his thought. We lost you. We have you back. So Dave, and then after Dave, Mark, and then Amanda.
Yeah, I'm sorry, my internet keeps dropping out, so I do apologize. Yeah, all I was saying was it's very, very easy to grow your own food at home. Yeah, it's simple as getting a tomato and slicing it up and putting it in the dirt. Yeah, they're designed to grow stuff. Yeah, so I think Matt said about potato. Yeah, it's the same thing. Drop it in the ground, it will start growing. You get a lettuce. When you buy a lettuce, okay, just trim off the bottom, put it in water. It will continue to grow. You know, if you grab a few of them, you never need to go out and buy lettuce again. Yeah. The point about this is, I recently came back from St. Lucia, and one of the things you see there is that people will grow things in their garden and then put a table up outside their front door, and they sell it. And most people don't go to supermarkets. They literally just go around their neighborhood and just buy from their neighbors. Yeah, this is what I think we're going towards. If this really comes off, then we're going to go to a kind of black market economy that's running in parallel to this technocratic one. So that's all I wanted to say about that bit.
Thank you so much, Dave. Mark, you've been waiting patiently. After Mark, we're going to hit Amanda, and then after Amanda, Shay.
Sure. I just wanted to take up the issue of vaccines once again. I know we're all about trying to find glimmers of hope and optimism here. And I feel the subject of vaccines is where this narrative that the controllers are driving may come unstuck. Because it's been my personal experience from conversations I've had, and a lot of other people have messaged me to tell me they've had the same experience. There seems to be a lot of public awareness of the fact that vaccines aren't entirely safe. And this is among people that wouldn't ordinarily question mainstream narratives. So when it comes to this whole virus thing, they're probably buying what the BBC Evening News is telling them about the wider subject. But when it comes to vaccines, there has been so much controversy about it. There's been so much debate about it. It's in people's minds that vaccines aren't necessarily as safe as we're being told they are by mainstream sources. And also, vaccines in this whole situation are very much coming with Bill Gates's name attached. And I can tell you from personal experience, again, from conversations that I've had and from looking at Bill Gates's social media pages, and when you go on YouTube and you look at the comments beneath any interview that Bill Gates has done, his name is dirt right now. Bill Gates is getting savaged on every chat thread going. People are wise to the fact that he's Mr. Eugenics, he's all about population reduction, he's evil because that's his true nature. He's not what you think he is. He's not just this harmless, nerdy computer guy. He's deeply sinister. He's creepy. There's something about him. People know this about Bill Gates. So I think they're going to have to find themselves a new poster boy to push this whole thing, because anything which comes with Bill Gates' name attached, I feel is doomed to failure now. So there is some hope there, because there's a big pushback against vaccines, and that's been as a result of alternative information being able to circulate, and the likes of us doing our thing and going against the mainstream narrative and offering people alternative information. I think we've seen some success in the pushback there's been already with vaccines, and that's got to continue in other aspects of what's going on here. But there is reason for hope and optimism there, I would suggest.
People are waking
the power of activism. That's right. The power of activism. That is what we are trying to accomplish here today. Amanda, I know you've been waiting patiently. After Amanda, I want to hit Shay.
Yeah, I have a scatterbrain now of all these different things, but I wanted to touch on the herd immunity lie, because a lot of the vaccine propaganda is, again, it pairs you against your neighbor. So somehow if you're unvaccinated, you're evil and you're dangerous, and you're putting everyone at risk. And so I just want to go back in history and clear it up, because the theory, and it's just a theory, and has never been scientifically proven to actually exist. It was coined in 1933, and it was a researcher called Heydrich, and he was studying measles in the United States between 1900 and 1931. They didn't have a vaccine then. And what he noticed, if there were epidemics where he saw an increase in measles, it would only occur when less than 68% of the children had developed a natural immunity to it or had gone through the process. And so their theory was that children are building their own natural immunity after being exposed to it or going through it, which it's not an exposure, it's their own actual detox process, and it's called an exanthem of childhood, but that's another story. But that's just what he noticed by keen observation. That was it, the end of the story. This is a marketing ploy by the vaccine industry. They took that study, which is from Oxford University Press, and then they jumped the figure with no justification to 95%, and then they just start claiming it, that if you don't get 95% vaccine coverage, then you don't have proper immunity. Then if you go and you look at the failures, you find communities where you have 99% vaccine coverage and failure, they still get the diseases. And so if you just, again, go to the history and the information, the actual research, you will see that there is no such thing as herd immunity. It doesn't exist. Whether it exists in natural tendencies, that's something else that would need more study, because that was just an observation. It wasn't actually scientifically studied properly. And as far as vaccines, doesn't exist. I want to just point you to a video called Vaccines Are Dangerous by Dr. Valentine. And he was wonderful. I actually was on yesterday I was on a panel with him. And Dr. Valentine talks about, back to what Dave was saying, talks about how you can actually use the vaccine coming at you, like a mandatory vaccine, as a surgical. So it's actually a surgical activity. It's bypassing your skin. So you can treat it as a surgery, and then you can use the law to have specific terminology, basically, to go back at the doctor and say, well, you're performing surgery, so these are the things that have to be done. And if you're going to give it to me, then you should probably also give it to yourself at the same time, and all of these things. So there are hosts and hosts and hosts of measures that you can take to pin the liability on the doctor so that they want nothing to do with vaccinating you. And then the other thing I want to mention, just as we were talking about foraging or growing food, was that there's a man by the name of Pascal Baudouin. Sorry, I can't say his French name very well, but he is a master at wild foraging. So growing food is one thing, but going and identifying the food that actually exists and already grows all around us is another whole thing. And I do suggest people start to learn about that. Not only the herbs and the medicine, but also the edibles, how to identify mushrooms, how to identify different plants and root systems, and what times of year that those grow, because there's more than just, growing your own food. They're seeing what nature provides around you. So I just wanted to touch on that. Thank you.
Very good point. You can eat dandelions from your yard. Those weeds that everyone wants to get rid of, they're very good for us. Shay, you've been waiting, like, to talk about vaccines, and then we're going to hit Ron.
All right. Actually, it's not about vaccines, although I totally agree with Amanda, and even more than what she said. And my name is Shai, although I like Shay. It's like an Irish name, but, just say Shai. It's all right. No worries. I want to relate to what Derek said before and what Mark Devlin continued also in these relations. And actually, I will start with something that David Icke has said in his, I think it was in his London Real interview with Brian Rose. And what he said, and this is something so important, it's maybe the first time since decades, I would say, that the Gateses of the world enter the room and the door just shut behind them. And we have an opportunity, so good opportunity, so precious opportunity. So I disagree actually with what Derek has said, that the Gateses are going to stick around for some more, for longer time, or Agenda 2030 is a fact. No, it's not. It's just a story. And it's up to us whether we believe this story and make it come true, because this is part of predictive programming, or we don't. And since Gates or Soros or whatever you, all these, you know, the Gateses of the world and the Faucis, etc., they enter the room and the door just shut behind them. And basically, it's up to us what we do with them. So I do now follow what Mark has just said, Mark Devlin, that it's in our hand to kick their ass and push them aside and create our own reality. Now, to be honest, if I go now to the to the food story, most people probably will not grow their own food. Now, even if you do, you can grow potatoes, but you need to eat so much more than just potatoes to survive. Otherwise, we go back to the, to a wartime or the Holocaust times. Now, we don't want to go there. So we better get this opportunity while Gates and Soros and Fauci's, they are in the room with us. And it's the first time they exposed their plans. They expose what they plan for us in the future, what they plan for our children. And we need to use this precious knowledge that we now been exposed to and kick their ass and create our own reality for our sake and our, obviously, children's and grandchildren's sake. Thank you.
Yeah, I love the truth is prevailing, and people are waking up. They're seeing that things are not working the way that we were told. And again, this whole exercise is really an opportunity for us to get active. I'd like to now talk with Ron. Ron has been waiting patiently. Go ahead, Ron.
Thank you very much, Shelley. I'd like to mention several documents that former FBI agents and former children and grandchildren of Manhattan Project scientists gave me. One of them I shared in our private chat. Don Friedman got a FOIA request in 2006 from the US Army. I suggest everyone in this meeting download it. It's a FOIA request on pulsed microwave mind control, also known as silent subliminal sound. They were experimenting in the 90s on how dolphins communicated, and they were able to hit the inner ear bone with pulse microwave. And then we began seeing cordless phones appear. That's a lot what's going on. Another FOIA request was the document on Sandia National Labs report out of Oak Ridge National Labs, Lawrence Livermore National Labs, and New Mexico. So I'd like everyone to take a look at that. And if you were to search on YouTube, Rodolfo Linas, R-O-D-O-L-F-O, Linas, L-L-I-N-A-S. He is a Nazi brain scientist that was in Bogota. I saw all of his documents from the 60s. He appeared in the United States at New York University sometime around the 80s or 90s, and he advises the NSA. There's a very, very short little you go in from the inside.
Hey, Ron, we'll leave a link for that in the description because I don't think people are going to be able to see it from here. But if you could just kind of briefly summarize it for us, and then
yes,
we'll leave a link for
it. They're using nanostructures to go into the brain and plate out features, or plate basically like a crystal radio in the brain. And then they're able to use 5G and directed energy to fully control the brain. And so what happens is, as you're ingesting some of these, fast foods that have been forced upon us, like sodium benzoate in the soda pop and in the McDonald's food that these people have been eating, they then turn on the pulse microwave, and these products have already gone into your brain fissures, and they're able to, they code out as plaques inside the brain. Well, these vaccines that they're looking to force on the world will break the blood-brain barrier. And if you go to Facebook and type in Sandia National Labs report in 2006, the 3 national labs were working on full remote control of the human brain and monitoring. And I sent all these documents within this group chat. And as one last message, I'd like to give the laws to protect everybody. We're in the United States. We have a constitution, no matter what these people say. We also have US Code Title 18, Section 241, deprivation under color of law. I got a message from the Department of Justice to my email saying nobody can violate our civil rights. Europe is protected by the Nuremberg Code, as well as the US, as well as Israel. All countries after World War II signed on to the Nuremberg Code and the Helsinki Doctrine. All doctors cannot force medical treatment on anybody. Canada signed it too. There is no way around it. So there will be repercussions if somebody tries to force any form of testing. They're lacing the tests with the coronavirus. That was in many UK papers. Why would anybody take Chinese tests given by a billionaire and then test their people? It's basically lacing seeds of destruction in your population. And that's all I'd like to say. But please have a look at Rodolfo Linas' Wires in the Brain. That was given to me by a Belgian victim of a very tortured victim back in 2010. She sent that to me. There was a whole group trying to resist what you and what all of us are doing today. They were trying to resist, but we didn't have Zoom back then. We just had Ning sites. Many of the Ning sites have been brought down, but there is a wonderful one called Peace Pink. And
okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ron, for sharing that information. All right, I want to switch gears now because
all the PDF documents.
Yep, we're gonna definitely leave links and all that. So for everybody, please send in your questions. For those of you listening, after this segment, we'll have a Q&A, a 45-minute Q&A, as well as closing statements from our panel. So start getting your questions into. Robin will be monitoring those and giving those to us as we progress. I want to switch gears now and go into surveillance. This is a big topic, and I'd like Mark Steele to kind of chime in about the 5G and surveillance, smart meters on the homes, things like that, how people can opt out. So I think Matt Landman, you wanted to share with us some information, some protection from nanotech, as well as the surveillance.
Oh, yes. Thank you for calling on me. Firstly, it's really important to understand all of this through empowering truth and information. I recommend everyone get an EMF meter to see what they're dealing with. Empower yourself by getting that smart meter off your home or taking steps towards that. Get wired internet, not Wi-Fi, or at least unplug at night. Mitigate how much you're exposed to so that when the 5G does come, you don't have this accumulated radiation. But in terms of surveillance and tracking and whatnot, I've launched a clothing line titled Sparrow, S-P-E-R-O. It's at sparrowprotectionclothing.com or sparrowapparel.com. I'm lining clothing and hats with silver material. It's literal silver. And what I do is I put my cell phone in these Sparrow silver lined bags, and the phone cannot be tracked. It can't be traced. Nothing can happen. I did have a smartphone, and I would turn it on airplane mode, turn all the apps off. I put it inside this bag, and it gets all hot trying to figure out what I'm doing, where I'm going, what I'm up to, even though it says it's off, right? So there's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes that we don't know about, but empowering yourself with the knowledge and the know-how, get a cheap EMF meter, start with the basics, ditch the Bluetooth. There's all these little things that are promoting and prompting us for this transhuman reality, which I think a lot of this 5G and all these things, injections of nanobots or whatever you want to talk about, or these chips and stuff, it's all a transhumanism agenda to disrupt our spiritual evolution, how I see it. And if we can empower ourselves with the understanding and see where it's all going, I mean, I hate to promote the clothing line, but there's other options out there. but especially knowing that you can protect yourself, knowing that there's options, and also mitigating what you're being exposed to now. You know, don't be afraid of your peers, what they're going to think. Go backwards in time, get yourself a nice little flip phone, and stop radiating yourself, especially when you're in bed. You know, like when you go to sleep, get all those devices out of your bedroom. There's a lot of simple things you can do to mitigate this before we're pushed into this new world agenda.
Thanks so much for that information. Great solutions. You know, they always say that I found out you can actually paint your house with boat paint, which has lead in it, and that helps to shield you from things. So hopefully that won't be gone. But anyway, okay.
Sorry, really quick. Lead-based paint. I feel like that we've talked about how this agenda started even a century ago. I think lead-based paint was taken off the market because the powers that be, they saw this 5G rollout and all these things, and they knew that the lead-based paint would actually be our savior. So lead-based paint was demonized, saying that but it was actually the leaded gasoline. So they switched to unleaded gasoline and told people that kids would paint all this stuff.
Kind of a long game. So yeah, so go to your dentist office, find out where they have those shields and get yourself some, right? Or get some boat paint that has lead in it. You can still paint. And I think shungite is another thing too you can put into your paint. Allegedly, Dave, I want you to talk to us, please, about some solutions.
Right. Well, I was also going to work on a clothing line like Matt, but I might as well just say a few things you can actually do. One of the ideas I had was a shirt. Okay, knowing that their facial recognition systems basically look out for, you know, 2 dark areas around here, a slightly dark area here, and another dark area here, right? You can literally have a shirt that looks kind of like one of those urban camo shirts, yeah, but literally have lots of these, patterns that look like dark areas here in the right places, so that the facial recognition system will get a barrage of faces and yours among them. Yeah, so there'll be lots of false positives. Yeah, and yours will be among these false positives. They won't be able to pick you out of the crowd. There's others where you can buy up some infrared LEDs, okay, and put them in a baseball, the front of the baseball cap, or on a pair of glasses. Yeah, so that these facial recognition systems, all they'll see is like bright light. Normal people won't see them because it's infrared, but these cameras will pick them up. Okay, so literally it'll literally mask your face without looking like you're masking your face. You can also make clothes which have mylar, a lining of mylar, just like Matt's hat there. You know, this lining of mylar, and have it earthed at the bottom. Yeah, and literally you're a walking Faraday cage. Yeah, there are lots of different ideas, and if anyone listening, you know, has the means to do this, make a clothing line. I didn't want to make money out of this thing. You know, I just wanted these things to be out there. Yeah, and if you start thinking along these lines, because the more technological they become, conversely, it's easier to overcome them. Yeah, because they rely on one thing to work, and you know, if you think about it, there's an easy way to overcome this technology. So that's all I want to say on that.
We can combat all of this with innovation.
Absolutely, it's brilliant. I love all these ideas, and don't forget to share these videos far and wide, because these are going to be up on YouTube, and we'll have some other links of where we'll be posting these videos to share with other people. And we want your comments. We want to know what your solutions are as well. Before we finish this last segment, I want Celeste to talk to us about surveillance, and then also we want conscious resistance after Celeste. Go ahead, Celeste.
I just have a few tips. What this is like this global beast system that's being animated right now, and it likes food just like we like food, and its food is your data. So we need to each make a conscious decision not to feed it, to starve it, to drive it into famine. So stop filling out those surveys You don't need to fill out everything on the census. If you're in America, you only need to enumerate how many people are in your household. There's community surveys, there's business surveys. They're all acting as one right now. You might get, when you've patronized a business, you might get a survey. All of that is feeding this bee system right now. It's all going into the global governance quantum computers, and that's its food. And the more that we feed it, the less relevant we become as human beings. So what our job is to starve it and kill it. And this is one way. Clothing is good and these other methods are good, but this is just another way to at least, even if it's just for yourself, you're not giving it the information on you to build that dossier that can become weaponized against you later on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Celeste. And then we're going to hear from Conscience, and then I want to hear from Mark, who I originally called out. So go ahead, Conscience, take it away.
Yeah, thank you everybody for all the solutions you're putting forward. And I know the topic is surveillance. As a journalist for the last 8 years in Houston, I've been investigating surveillance technology for the last couple of years, specifically 5G and that whole area. But I do want to acknowledge that we're dealing with more than just 5G. Just to name off a number of things that I've investigated, you have cell phone surveillance tools called stingrays. You have thermal imaging cameras that can see inside homes. These are you got drones flying overhead. They're talking about pandemic drones to detect people's their temperature. And these are the realities that they're pushing forward. And some of them were even already there prior to COVID. This is just allowing the expansion of that. And we also have examples in 2019 of activists in Chile using lasers to bring down those drones. Activists in China using ropes to pull down facial recognition cameras and smart lights and things of that sort. This is a strategy that's known as monkey wrenching. For anybody who's interested, just look up that term, monkey wrenching, because I've interviewed and talked with folks young and old who say, if they build that tower in my community, if they build that smart light, if they bring that drone, I'm not going to allow it. I'm going to knock it down or do whatever. People have different solutions. So, if we cannot stop them preventively, people, I think, should look into what would happen after they're already there, how you protect yourself. And also, to Matt's point about going backwards in some people's eyes towards a dumb phone. I think that's definitely a good strategy. And then also just kind of understanding that it's the GPS signal that's the real problem. When they talk about contact tracing, which is basically the Big Brother program that we're hearing they want to use to track people to see if you've been infected and if you've been vaccinated and all that stuff, it's your smartphone which is going to be able to lead them to you and to send you messages and tell you are now required to quarantine for 2 weeks, and if you don't comply, you'll face a fine or jail time. It is your phone which is giving you away. These devices, these tools we're using right now to broadcast are very powerful, but they are also part of the problem in many ways. And so it's up to each person to make their own individual decisions, but we need to rethink the way that we're interacting with this digital world. There's a lot of benefits, but there's also obviously downsides that many of you listening recognize. If anybody's interested in kind of exploring this whole thing I just mentioned, I have a book that's free to download. So just go download it. It's called How to Opt Out of the Technocratic State, How to Opt Out of the Technocratic State. And it's filled with solutions like you're hearing from this panel and some other ideas. So thank you guys for being here today and for caring about solutions and for caring about surveillance and privacy. Thank you.
Excellent. That's great. And we'll post all these links in the YouTube. I want to go back to Mark Steele about adjusting mitigating technology. Mark, could you talk to us about that, please? And then we're going to follow up with Cyrus and go to the next segment.
Right, well, a lot of people are talking about mitigating technologies. All right, but what I'm going to tell you, the technology is, let's say, a little bit more problematic than that. This is about spectrum dominance. So the mitigating technologies may have some benefit in the very, very short term, but I can tell you now, 60 gigahertz, which is the reactors that are being fitted on telegraph poles in the US as we speak, those reactors will gas the air. So it doesn't matter what sort of clothing or mitigating technology that you have in your home, O3 will gas you at 50 parts per million. The deployment of the kill grid, that's what we're seeing, the plans for the kill grid. I've actually got a document here for Glasgow City Centre, and that deployment of those 5G masts will gas and burn everybody in that cityscape. So you've got cityscapes with multiple transmitter systems overpowered with massive capacity to kill, burn your house down, burn you down in it. So what I don't like to try and frighten people. What I'm going to try and tell people is there's an answer to this, and it is offensive. It is going on the offensive. This defensive tactic where, people want to protect themselves. I spoke to a guy a while ago about who wants to build himself into a Faraday cage, basically imprisoning himself because some criminal enterprise wants to build a weapon system outside his bedroom window. And it won't help, because I can disassociate the molecular structures of his home and bring the roof down on top of him. So people have to understand the enemy. They have to understand the enemy's strategy. And the enemy's strategy is to kill all biological life on this planet. People may not like to hear that. They may think that it's a little bit excessive. However, I've looked at the technology. I've been involved in this technology, and I've seen it in action. And believe you me, trying to mitigate or trying to do petition or trying to talk to a criminal enterprise are all very, very problematic, because what happens, you're selling a false promise. It's a false promise to people where they think they're going to benefit from some mitigation. There are mitigation technologies, absolutely, but they are for the very, very short term. What people have to understand, the significant existential threat of 5G, it is here to kill. There will be no 6G. There's no 7G. There's no 9G. The 5 points of the pentagram are 5G. This is a satanic plot to kill all biological life. There's no 6G. 6G is what's in somebody's imagination. 5G is a kill grid. The existential threat of 5G, the facial recognition systems, for instance, they use an infrared technology. It is toxic. It is toxic to your skin. It's toxic to your eyes. So it doesn't matter what you wear or what you actually try and mitigate our technology with. The plan, and not just one of the basket of technologies, including autonomous cars, smart meters, the Paradise fires that took the buildings out with the smart meters. That's the amount of power capacity they have. 150,000 times more powerful than your mobile phone. Now, why would a telecommunications company want to fit a smart meter in your home with that type of capacity? It only has one purpose: to kill. So once they get that densification into a cityscape, they'll increase the temperature, they increase the pulse modulation, and across the spectrum, they will kill all biological life. This is the existential threat that we face, and the only resolve to that is to go on the offensive. Legal action, taking actions locally, is what we've seen all over, because unfortunately, the people who've deployed this equipment on us, we've caught them in the most heinous act of all time against the human race, against all biological life on this planet. We'll have to take it seriously. What we'll have to do is tell people the truth. And unfortunately, the truth may be very, very unpalatable for a great many. However, the people that will survive this are the people who will take that offensive action. I don't like to have to tell people this, but this is the reality of what we see. This is the science and the technicalities of the equipment. It is not here to scan, to hold, to manage, to social engineer. That is a total and absolute false premise. That's what your government believe it to be. Your government believe it's here to control, to manage, to social control. It is not. The capacity of the equipment is only for one thing: to kill. The current 5G NEMO transmitters are currently operating on 20% output. They're burning the skin of children in the United Kingdom as we speak. We call it Kawasaki disease. It's just a cover for microwave radiation, pollution, and poisoning. That's on 20%. As they get full densification, and that's what the plan is, those children will die. Those people will die. They'll be burnt to death in their own homes. That's the reality of what we face. What we'll have to do is face up to the truth about it, and not try and pussyfoot around with some fake government narrative about social control. This is not to control you. It's not to
Okay,
monitor you. It's
absolutely.
here to kill you.
And we'll talk more about this in the Q&A segment coming up, Mark Steele. You bring up a lot of good points about 5G and the seriousness of it. And I don't think we should take it lightly at all. It is probably like what conscious resistance was talking about, you know, monkey wrenching it. So we're going to have to talk more about that in solutions and Q&A. We don't want to breeze that over. But along those same lines, we're seeing, I want to make this point, not vaccines, but this coronavirus in conjunction with where 5G is being rolled out. Let's just face it, let's call it out. So let's talk about that next segment. Cyrus, we only have a few minutes left. Could you just close us out in the 2 minutes, and then we're going to go right into the next segment of Q&A.
Sure. It's very important. I want to support what Mark said, what Ronald said, and what Shai said, and what Dave said, and make a comment towards conscious real quick. Ronald, if you look at my 87-page lawsuit, there's penal codes that include the Nuremberg and other things that protects not only the U.S., but all the world's citizens. We are not cattle. You cannot be made to be vaccinated. You are made in the image of the Creator, and you have inalienable rights, not only by your Constitution, but by your Creator and by yourself. Nobody can force a vaccine on you. That's one. So now going to Shai, as I put in that video, and I agree with Shai, every human being, everyone listening, you are special. Every panelist here is special. Every human being should be cherished. It's very, very important. And we should not have any fear at all. We should support each other. For Mark, I 100% agree with him on a lot of things that he says. So if you look at this book, Artificial Intelligence and Humanity, and the one before that, what I did was gather all the world's data. I got more data than all our intelligence community combined by using certain biometric tools. So all these things that are happening today, I called it in my lawsuit, in the books, everything, in the lockdown, the virus. I still wasn't supported, so I need some support. But he's right. I found extinction codes for humanity in stages in the billions of people. And that's related to 5G, but even more than that. Go into consciousness. He has a lot of good ideas. He's kind of open research things online. What I've done is, this is the AI organization. We have thousands of networks of people throughout every country to pull data from in the past few years, okay? And we use biometric tools. A lot of people got scared, they left when I sued Google on behalf of all the world's citizens and actually all the big tech. If you look at my 40 people that I put in there. So, but what he said, I disagree with him partly. The whole world was attacking President Trump because they knew these things were coming out of China. I even gave reports. They were trying to curtail China. But when you have half the world's citizens running after the president who represents the Constitution and represents everything that's connected, he cannot counter China. And look what happened. So we need to stop. I'm not saying he's a savior or something, but when there's somebody on top of the Constitution of America, and that's the only superpower that can counteract and defend the Five Eyes, which is Australia and England and so on, everybody needs to support that, okay? Now, the 5G, they shouldn't be around your families, but then we need it for Space Force. There's other things as well. There's trillions of universes. Look at that video, AI, the plan to invade humanity. There are a lot of millions of hidden meanings in that video. It's not, I use certain metaphors, analogies. Everything that's going to happen too is also in my books. You would need a quantum machine to figure it out. So
we'll put that in. We'll put some of that in the links too. I don't want to cut you off. We have to go into the next segment. Everyone on the panel will have a chance to have a closing statement. So we want to move along because we only have 45 minutes left and we're 5 minutes behind. So we're going to go ahead and move on to the next segment of the Q&A. I'm going to let Karen B take it over from here, and then we'll wrap things up with conclusions and closing statements. Great job.
Okay, we are starting to get questions from the chat. So one question from the chat is, someone is saying that they live in the New England area, but they want to know where the safest places to be are. I guess people are wanting to know if it's safe to stay in a city or if it is suggested that people move out of big cities at this time. So let's, does anybody in particular want to address that?
I can address it.
Yeah, I can do that. I can tell you. This is Ron Angel. Can you hear me?
Yes, Rod.
Yes, I have a friend, Dave Case, and Dave Case lives off grid. He said there is nowhere on the planet you can go. He said that they hit it with a plasma and then follow it up with pulse microwave. That was a lot of the bunker buster technology that was developed in the 90s. So basically, they can send a radio signal through the earth. Your best bet is to carry some EMF meter at all times. Steve Jobs had an application for the iPhone when he was alive that measured, it's called a data logger, an EMF data logger. It's basically, you can buy them. They've come down in price. You can put an app on your phone, but it's resource, it draws a lot of resources. So you really want, you can buy a used phone and put an EMF data logger. EMF is electromotive force. You catch them when they're doing your radiate with, this is a very old, this detected nuclear radiation, but it also detects EMF because there's a magnet in here. It's in an old format of rads per hour. Before World War II and before the first atomic bomb, it was 0. Right now, today, it's at about 1.5 rads an hour. About a month ago, it was at 70 rads an hour. Everything will die after 50 rads an hour. Now the new EMF measuring is not the same as this. I also measure radiation with this. And I think I think Celeste had mentioned, God forbid, we're subject to depleted uranium or an atomic explosion. But, there are things you can do. You can go underground. That's where Dave Case built an off-grid house, and he lives underground. And he's quite free. And he created a CD and he sent it to me. He's an electrical engineer, and he worked on in the 80s on the heads up flying of a plane with thought-driven infrared
like
sensors.
the heads-up display.
After the project, he said they were going to put this in satellites. He said there's nowhere you can go on the planet because at any one time there's 30 satellites hooking up to us on a neuron level. So may
I interject? I highly recommend the website antennasearch.com to go to the question. If you go to antennasearch.com, you can see how many antennas, towers, cell towers and whatnot are in your vicinity. And less is more. Less is more. I think if you're sensitive or you want to be around less of it, or if you can see the writing on the wall, it's better to get rural in this kind of environment. That's all.
I would agree with that. Celeste, you had something to add to that as well?
Yes, so the CIA, unfortunately, it's not only the technological that we need to be concerned about and pathogens. There are these concentric circles of cycles throughout time. There's billion, 100,000 year, 12,000 year, 400 and 11, like the 11-year solar cycle. And they are all converging between this year, 2020, and 2050, which is why I believe that this whole thing, the ball started because the powers that be are very wealthy. They wanted to redistribute wealth, get as much as they could, get as much control before we saw the big effects of these starting to hit us. And so if you want to get some information on that, the CIA, a man named Jan Thomas, wrote a book called The Adam and Eve Story. It's not a biblical account. It's a cataclysmic account. And really, it's only about 100 pages. You really should get schooled in it. It was so dangerous that the government classified it. And then recently, because I guess they figured it was too late for any of us to prepare for such an eventuality, that they declassified it. So you can go to the CIA reading room and you can write it down. but they said that the safest place was on the leeward side of the Rocky Mountains. And yes, we've got satellites, the Starlinks, we've got all that. But both the Bible and also the CIA, that's where they felt was the safest place on earth, because they knew certain things were coming. They also knew the agenda. And I know that this is accurate because my husband and I built a place on top of a mountain in Montana, and lo and behold, there were all these CIA cabins. So it is actually true. So just get schooled on that. It's not a dense read, but it is a hair-raising read. So I recommend it for everybody.
I just want to interject really, really quickly just to say that when it comes to questions of answering for people where they should move or what they should do, perhaps like telling people to follow their intuition, or at the very least be building that up, because it's not going to be a one size fits all. Your answer is going to come from you. You're going to basically be feeling out what to do with it. And one quick thing I want to say is that I think this is going to reorganize and distribute according to vibration. So be putting out a call for your soul tribe and finding people that you align with in order to take those actions. Because it's not just going to be about hunkering down or moving around haphazardly. So I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you. Yes, that's great.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Let's
Can you
see.
say something about the 5G, the differences, just to clear that up quickly?
The differences of 5G between
The net between the cellular and the gigahertz and the 5GE, because there's different ones.
yes.
Okay, so understanding there's 5G hertz Wi-Fi, that's not 5G cellular. So people basically are having phones now where they're seeing 5G coming up currently. That's different. That's been renamed. That's basically still 4G. And basically the companies have said, well, it's close enough. It's just as fast as 4G. So AT&T, for example, they're starting to call it 5G cellular. So you see 5GE on your 4G phones, okay? That's different. It's basically just amping up the 4G to as fast as it can go. It's not 5G cellular. 5G cellular is what they're doing with all the towers, and that will require new phones and systems that go along with that, because they have a new tech, right? So there's a bit of a confusion. You'll even see it on your wireless router or like through your internet, you'll see 5G. That's also different. So just look that up so you understand the difference between the gigahertz and the Wi-Fi. G stands for generation, and that there are different forms of them. There's also new radio called NR 5G. So that's where the industry's kind of settled on how they're encoding this stuff. So just because people are like, oh my gosh, I'm already on 5G, how did that happen? It's like, no, you're not yet. So you'll have to get an upgraded phone in order to be on that network, as far as
Amanda,
that's.
can I just comment on what you're saying there? That is correct. The reason why they can't bring the 5G phone, 5G in its technical parameters is a coherent collimated signal. If I give you a 5G phone, which they did test, by the way, brain injury would probably be the least of your concern. Because it's a collimated microwave radiation signal that travels directly through your brain. The power density would probably give you a stroke or other. So the 5G phones are never ever going to be brought to market. They did try them. I mean, Samsung did have some experimental 5G phones that blew up. The power that they were outputting from the transmitters actually blew the phones up. So consequently, you're not getting a 5G phone. They know that. We know that. The whole 5G thing, like I said, 1G, 2G, 3G, and 4G are all telecommunication systems. 5G is a weapon. It is really a smokescreen while they're telling people these 5G transmitters that are putting up, and especially the 60 gigahertz. I mean, 60 gigahertz does not travel in air. It attenuates in oxygen. It has no purpose for telecommunications at all. All it has a purpose for is to disassociate the oxygen molecule at a certain pulse rate. You can actually charge the air so that you can't breathe it and it will gas you. That's 60 gigahertz part of the 5G spectrum. The sub-gigahertz part of the spectrum for 5G is actually urban radar. It's an illegal urban radar, 868 in particular. This is what your government have actually deployed on the streets, urban radar, so they can scan, map. That's what they believe it to be. But the reality of it is, when you look at the power density of the equipment and the densification of 5G right across the whole cityscape, it only has one purpose: to kill and cook.
When I like to explain,
Yeah, go
really
ahead.
quick.
I think Conscience, you have to leave really soon. You wanted to make a point, and then we'll hit you, Matt. Okay, go ahead, Conscience. Or is he gone? All right, Matt, go ahead. Take it away.
A lot of people ask me questions about, and 1 second, Derek, I'll just make this really quick.
Okay.
People ask me a lot of questions about 5G and what it is and trying to wrap their heads around it. I like to keep it as simple as possible, and I could elaborate a lot, but really what it is 5G is radio waves that absorb. 5G absorbs into everything it hits. Okay, it's a 1 millimeter size wave. It absorbs into everything it hits. Wi-Fi goes through things, radio waves like AM, FM, Bluetooth, 4G, 3G. They go through walls, they go through people, they go through bees, they go through water droplets and whatnot. 5G absorbs. That's what people need to know, and keep it really simple when you bring that to your peers, family, mayor, local politicians, you name it.
Excellent. Thank you for clarifying that. That's good. Keeping it simple. Okay, Conscious.
Well, can I just say one thing there? That's incorrect. It's not true. That's a false narrative. So it's incorrect. It's incorrect information. Okay. Totally wrong.
Okay, we want to come back to you, Mark, on that. We want you to clarify, and then you guys can maybe clarify some things for us.
Can I talk about over the radar?
Yep, 1 second. We'll come to you. Conscience Resistance has been patiently waiting, and I want to give him the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm sorry I can't stay for the whole Q&A, but I want to say thanks to Dave, to Shelley, to everybody, Karen, who's been involved in organizing this. I appreciate you guys and your energy and your effort behind this. I guess what I wanted to say as far as 5G goes is just that, there is a lot of confusion about 5G, and I'm not going to try to get into all that, but I just want to recommend anybody who wants to watch a free documentary I put out 2 months ago called The 5G Trojan Horse, and I think it's the most factual-based information available. There's a lot of misinformation flying around 5G. There's a lot of misinformation in general, and we should I want to kind of reflect on why we're here. This is called Event 202. During the event that was called Event 201, funded by all the people that we know about, they talked about something they called the flood strategy, where they were going to flood the internet with authoritative sources, the CDC, the WHO, et cetera, and they were going to take down channels. They discussed potentially arresting people, but they also talked about the flood and flooding people with that information. I think we're not only being flooded with credible sources from the government and others, but they're flooding us with lots of bad information right now. That's why there's a lot of people confused about what's going on and this theory and that theory. I think we should try to, those things are important, but the purpose of today, of course, is to focus on being, solutions-based and actually trying to get to the bottom of what's going on. And one of those theories I see somebody asking is that 60 gigahertz thing. There's no 60 gigahertz evidence. I won't get into that today. We don't have time, but anybody who wants to learn more about 60 gigahertz can visit my channel and see that there's actually no strong evidence for that claim. But again, the solutions are what matter here. I wish I could stay the whole time, but if anybody wants to learn more about freedom cells or how to opt out of the technocratic state, you can contact me. I'm publicly available, and I love to work with anybody. I'm actually down here in Mexico building what we're calling the Underground Railroad, a network of safe houses and safe communities for people who might not feel safe in their area if they want to leave, and for the people who can't or don't want to and want to stay in their own communities and stay in their own towns. You need to build locally, do the local activism Matt was talking about and others have talked about. We need to come together as individuals, empowered individuals, but as a stronger collective as well, because I don't really see any way forward, even with the best intentions and the best manifestations and the best power of our meditation. It's still going to take all of us together as opposed to us as individuals. So thank you guys for letting me share a little today, and I'm sorry if I was long-winded.
No, thank you so much.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you for everything. Mark Steele, I'd like you to talk about 5G. What is it? And let's get some clarification on it. And then we can, we're all here to learn. So let's learn.
He's gone.
Oh, okay. All right. Ron, you had.
I would like to talk about what Lynn Sergala, the late Lynn Sergala, told me. We have what's called over the horizon systems all over the planet. And the military would know about this. These are also known as HARP. There's not just the one in Gacona, Alaska. There's one in Vieques, Puerto Rico. There's one in Peru. There's one in Tibet, China, and they send and receive signals. And they've got it set up in such a way there's very little energy loss. So say the send station in Vieques, Puerto Rico sends to Tibet, China. They run 3 sinusoidal waves, and these waves build upon each other where there's almost no energy loss. So what we think is the cell towers and the satellites, and also we have to remember there's a weaponized power grid. But these over-the-horizon radar systems are well documented. People know them as HARP. And the energy transmission increases with the sprays in the sky. When you see the chemtrail sprays, that's increasing the electrostatic conductivity of the atmosphere. And I have a plasma ball over here. It's just like a plasma ball. So the more sprays in the sky, the more chance of spontaneous combustion, also known, people know them as directed energy weapons. In New York, Tesla was experimenting on Montauk, and Einstein wouldn't do what Tesla would do. He could actually put enough energy to spontaneously combust a dog.
And Ron, we're going to come back. We can come back to that during the Q&A. I think we want to just finish with the one question about the 5G. What is it? Just for our audience. But can you hold that thought, and we can come back to that during the closing thoughts?
Yeah. Well, 5G isn't just a problem. It's everything. It's redundant systems is what I wanted to tell you. There's nowhere you can go.
Okay. Awesome.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go back to Matt Landman, and then I'm gonna turn it back over to Karen.
Really quick. So really quick, 5G was created by the military. It's a 1 millimeter size carrier wave. The reason why communities claim that they need a cell tower in neighborhoods every 500 feet is because the 1 millimeter size carrier wave cannot travel great distances, and it absorbs into everything it hits. Thank you.
Yes, sorry, it's Shai. Can I just say a quick word also about 5G, please?
Yeah, go ahead, Shai.
Excellent, thank you. See, something which the corporations, the media, governments are actually lying to us, and it's quite clear. They've been saying 5G cellular network. Now we know it's not. I'm going to say a phrase you all know: smart cities. Smart cities is part of 5G system. It's the streetlights, it's the sub-giga, like Mark Steele has been saying for a long time now. It's not just millimeter waves. 5G encompass everything. It encompass also the last generations, the 2, 3, 4G, as well as maybe the future generations, but it's already the all-encompassing system which is being deployed near every home almost on the planet now. I mean, it's the streetlights, it's the 868 megahertz, which I have in some places in Israel, not next to my home yet, but we'll get to that when it's here. We're talking about sub-giga, we're talking about 6 gigahertz, we're talking about 24 gigahertz, we're talking about millimeter waves as well as low frequency waves. We're talking about light, using light. Light is the terahertz, light is nanometer. It's not gigahertz, it's not radio frequency, and it's using light as a weapon as well. So basically we have full spectrum dominance. I don't have better words to name it. It is full spectrum dominance, it is densification. And people in Israel, let's say 5 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago, there were maybe 1,000 people in Israel knew what 5G is or what is smart cities, because there's a code here. 5G, it's not 5th generation. 5G is smart city infrastructure. 5G is everything that transmits, everything, whether it's light, whether it's radio frequency, microwave, everything, millimeter waves. This is 5G. And just to say another point regarding what Derek said before, he said that there's no evidence of using 60 gigahertz. It's wrong. Sorry if Derek was here. I can send him the evidence, but it's in Hebrew. I can tell you that 60 gigahertz is being used since 3 weeks, being put in schools, in Israel. I can name you the cities because it's been published, you know. It was approved by the communication office in Israel, and it's been put in place in few schools in Israel. This is serious matter. This is going to cost a lot of lives. And 60 gigahertz is being used, and not just in Israel, as far as I understand. And I don't want to get to the proof. You know, I prefer to stop it now, not to see, you know, children falling or getting sick, or adults, doesn't matter now. I prefer to stop it now, but to say there's no evidence, false, sorry. 6 gigahertz just been approved a few days ago, and 60 gigahertz already been put in few schools in Israel, and it's moving forward quite fast because we are all still quarantined. So we need to go out and just break the spell, because everything that is been going on now, it's a spell. By using words, this is, you know, we didn't touch upon this point, and I don't want to push my story into it, but really, what's been going on now is just the ability of ancient powers that goes back thousands of years, but let's say hundreds of years, you know, to use technology in order to control us in a way or on a level that we never seen before. But this spell, using words, all right, and implementing them through the media, through the social networks that we are all using, and being censored for it, you know, because we put out the white spell, if you want. We speak the truth, and they speak lies. So there's a war which is, apart from spiritual and technological, it's also about using our heart, using our mind together in order to see through the lies, to see through the spell. And then it's easy to stand for what is right, for what is moral, because we see it. It's so clear to us because we are not machines. We are humans, and we can instantly see this. This is in our heart and intuition to recognize these things and say, no, I do not consent. And then the spell will be broken. We don't even need to do a lot. We just need to go outside and say no. But we do need to do it, not to stay at home and say like or share or dislike or whatever. We need, you know, reality we change outside in the street, not on the phone. So this broadcast is excellent, and there's still thousands of people with us now, but we need to go outside in the streets, open our shops, going back, forcing the white spell, forcing our morality and what is true and good in this world, forcing it back into our livelihood. The streets are ours. The water pipes are ours. The antennas are ours. Everything is ours. The courts are ours. Everything belongs to us, no one else. And it was given to us as a gift by God. And some crooked, criminals, they try to cast a spell on us to make us believe that we cannot use these things. We have to be quarantined and such and such. And it's time for us to say, no, thank you. You had your chance. You've been exposed. Like I said before, the door has been shut behind you. We know who you are. Now, stay in prison and let us run our life back like before, but even in a better way.
Really good points. Karen B., I'm going to have you, I think there's one more question that came in, and so we're going to get back to that. Thank you for sharing that, Shai.
Sure.
Okay. Contact tracing. Does anybody want to speak on contact tracing? That's a really big thing that's going on in the mainstream news right now.
I can speak quickly to it from what I know. Basically, they've designed an app at this stage. Now, there was different layers of contact tracing before for like Ebola and stuff, but basically what it means is if you've come in contact with someone they have decided is infected, they are tracking you or following you to see where you go and whom you speak to see if you are tracing or who you're contacting and actually, passing that along. And it goes down obviously to the contagion theory, which I'm doing quite a bit of work on right now to debunk. You can also look at T.C. Fry's work on the contagion myth. But regardless, they have an app now that they are promoting. It's not to my knowledge, it's not out yet. But basically, it's something you would have to subscribe to and want to do. I can't see them forcing it on you at this stage unless anyone knows anything about that. But basically what it would do is alert you if you were next to somebody, your phones would communicate, and then that information would lead forward and say, well, you have to quarantine yourself now for 2 weeks or whatever, because that individual you just sat on a park bench with was in China or wherever, or was living with someone who also was sick, and blah, blah, blah. So it's just another fear measure and control measure. That's basically the gist of it.
I see it as a Hegelian dialectic problem reaction solution, where the ultimate agenda is to ultimately get people chipped. You know, we're walking people down this path slowly but surely. Well, what if someone doesn't have a smartphone and they came in contact with Johnny who had the sniffles? Well, we need everyone to get chipped now so we can trace everybody on this worldwide, global scale.
Yeah, I think they call it the totalitarian tiptoe.
Yeah. The other thing about it, as a former software engineer, it's very easy to just trigger the thing so that, it's a black box. You don't know if the guy you sat next to was infected. Yeah, they could just trigger the thing and then disappear you. That's the thing. But again, the answer to that is, let's not get involved in the technology anymore. I mean, I've just relocated, but I would have shown you my phone is the dumbest of dumb phones. Yeah, there you go, Mark. It's the dumbest of dumb phones. It's a little Nokia. All it does is make phone calls. That's it. I don't need that bloody smartphone rubbish. I don't need to be a phone zombie walking down the road looking at my phone all day. I mean, one of the things I'd like to do is start the informed Luddite sort of group. The Luddites were people who hated technology and would destroy it. Yeah, I think. Yeah, there you go. GPS. Yes, I think we don't need this technology. Yeah, it's all. It might seem all convenient, but it's there to lessen us. It's like we got the phone, the smartphone. Well, how many people remember phone numbers anymore? I would remember 20, 30 phone numbers. I can't remember one now. Yeah, because that because that technology has ruined my ability to remember phone numbers. Just like the GPS has ruined my ability to get around anymore without relying on this thing. So, we've got to take a different perspective on this technology, because it was never given for us. None of it was for us. And I hope people are starting to see that now. That it's been a Trojan horse all along. Part of the solution is to start taking these things down. I don't want to actually come out and say this, but maybe people should start learning how to, be a lumberjack, to take trees down, certain grey birch trees down, or maybe cleaning pipes with petrol and things like that. Well, I'm not going to say things like that, but there you go.
I want to step on real quick to Shai, what you said, Dave. I really recommend watching and making this viral. AI, the plan to invade humanity. Shows you everything you're going to talk about today and in the next 2-3 years and before everything can happen. AI, the plan to invade humanity. Just watch that. It'll show you from the DARPA days, even from World War II, and what happened in the 20th century, how everything evolved to today and what's going to happen next, unless we do some things, which I put solutions in there.
The solution is to uncouple this from the NSA. And the NSA was sued, and Congress tried to cut their funding, and the NSA wouldn't shut down in Utah, and it wouldn't shut down in Maryland. And so they cut the power off in Utah, hoping that the supercomputer would overheat. It didn't overheat. The people behind it, if you want to search Mormon Mafia, the top level, the people that are controlling the weather, and the people that believe that everything's going to be flooded up to Utah, I suggest people start searching out the Mormon Mafia. but you uncouple the data from these towers. We have a system to search the internet for learning, for talking, for wonderful things. Unfortunately, the NSA, in a very ruthless company called the MITRE Corporation out of McLean, Virginia, which funded all the different mind control for 70 years. They were the former paperclip Nazis brought over after World War II. They were called the aviary, like the birds. If you want to search the aviary, you will find out that these were the Nazis that were brought by Prescott Bush to Connecticut. And then they were brought all over the universities to build this system at UCSB, they were building a virtual sexual reality program. I mean, that's disgusting. And at Stanford, none of that should have been done, but it was done. And they used the MITRE Corporation, MITRE.org. They were the former Department of Defense Jason brain scientists. The people that were tortured in Auschwitz and all the camps were tortured by Joseph Mengele. He wanted to find out why twins could read each other's thoughts. Well, they artificially were able to stimulate it. It's called silent subliminal sound, also known as pulse microwave. 70 years, 80 years later, we've got the same problem.
Okay, thank you for that, Ron. We are just about ready to wrap up for our viewers out there. Thank you for those everybody. Thank you so much for all your insight and expertise. We're going to wrap up now with a 1 to 3 minute closing statement, and we're going to start with Mark Devlin.
Sorry, I was muted there. Thank you. Yeah, some solutions are very simple, as we've discussed. I mean, this is my smartphone, so I never bothered going down that route. So when it comes to the contact tracing, if they operate by apps, nobody will be getting me with this. And this is my sat-nav, so I still prefer to read old school maps, so I'm not getting traced via my car either. But when it comes to solutions, so much of it comes down to non-compliance, just not acquiescing with the plans that they have for us. I did a rant video a couple of weeks ago where I was in my car and I was just sounding off because I just got back from the town centre and I'd been through the humiliating, degrading experience of trying to get into some shops just to get essential supplies. And it's the same thing all over the world, you know, these ridiculous bits of tape you have to stand behind. You've got some jumped up little tyrant on the door telling you where you can go. And in this video, I was just sounding off about how ridiculous this all is. And I got a ton of support from all over the world, people saying they felt exactly the same way. Now, just imagine if large numbers of us got together and said, we're just not going to put up with this anymore. We're not going to comply with these ridiculous restrictions. If nobody was having it, then these things just would not stick. And a great idea I've had in recent days is people have said, all the shops that have forced us to go through these degrading experiences, let's just boycott them from now on. Just don't go to them. Just frequent shops that don't force you to go through these ridiculous rituals. But in terms of drawing some hope and optimism and positivity from all this, look at what we've had dumped on us by the control system these past few weeks. They've thrown everything they've got at us all at once. And this is not their ordinary style. Normally they do things in incremental steps. They sneak things in gradually, the totalitarian tiptoe, but they've thrown everything in the kitchen sink at us. And this speaks to me of them panicking. They want to get all the pieces of their puzzle in place very, very quickly because they're concerned if they leave it much longer, too many of us are going to get wise to what they're all about. And the likes of us are going to be sharing too much empowering, inspirational information to other people. So we've got to keep that stepped up. We've got to get more and more people on our side of truth. We've got to get the numbers because they fear us. They fear that process happening. And we've got an indication of that. So we just got to keep it stepped up, keep doing our thing, never lose hope. And remember, history is being written every day and it's not a done deal yet. We get to decide how this whole thing plays out.
Absolutely. Very well said. Thank you, Mark. Yasmin, do you have any closing thoughts? You're muted.
Okay, yes, thank you. I was just going to say that if the agenda is transhumanism and AI and this, that, and the other, the antidote is humanity. It's us, it's our hearts, it's us showing up as ourselves, which is why you can see all this mind control for social distancing, moving us away from each other. So if those are the agendas and we are the solution, then it very much is us coming together, thinking of solutions and actually mobilizing. So I do agree with Shai in the sense that these are spells that we are under, beliefs of authority and whatever else, that only we have the power to change, have the power to refute, refuse, take down. We do not consent. The more that we use our voices and actually state this out into the open, the more that we can create that reality. So one of the things I want to say is that we are powerful manifestors, and that's why our energy has been harvested and channeled into creating these realities. So we can actually script ourselves exactly where we want to be by putting ourselves together. We are the antidote to whatever virus. We're talking about parasitic systems that invaded humanity. So for us to be the way showers now and to run our own reality and script it towards the solutions that we would like to see is not for us to hide from this or try to believe that it has some kind of authority. It doesn't. It is us to stand in our sovereignty and say, no, enough is enough. You will not take any more of who we actually are. You will not make us afraid of each other and take what we already actually own. We are the change. And this concept about the virus or health or disease is just the smokescreen. There's something in this for everyone with regards to this. It's like probably an amazing opportunity for exposition of all of the dark tactics all at once. Like you said, Mark, they're throwing everything into the basket now. So any angle of those, you can actually follow it down and you'll find something. But the main point with it is the empowerment. The fact that you can heal yourself, the fact that you can grow your own food, look into what you're eating, whether it's processed or not, detoxify, that you can make your own medicines, that you don't need any of the things that have been pushed onto us. And that empowerment and joining with other people is going to be our rising and the ability to stand up and break these spells, because that's all that it is. That's the main point I'm trying to bring here. Thank you.
Thank you, Yasmin, for that. Matt Landman, closing thoughts.
Awesome words, Yasmin. You're absolutely correct. We are co-creator, manifestors of a consensus reality. And the majority speaks, but we are a growing majority. Every single person listening, you are also an activist. It's not just us. You can play your part. Even if you knit, you can knit for truth, okay? Every single person out there can play their part, and you would never believe the ability that you have once you start to try. Personally, I have these little flyers that I go out in the world promoting my film, Frankenskies, but you can promote any truth you want. Fracking is bad, or the COVID-1984. Even if you just graffitied COVID-1984, you're now my best friend. But I want to encourage you to get local, get in contact with your local representative, okay? Your congressman, your member of parliament, your president, they are not going to help you, okay? There's a 5G antenna coming to your neighborhood, and it's time to get local. There's a website, My Street, My Choice, okay? My Street, My Choice. And if you empower your neighborhood to say no, then they will do exactly that. Get this information to your local representative, your local county board of supervisors, or your mayor, and come to them very level-headed. I've got a website, actualactivists.com. There's a 5G tab, lots of information there. But if you keep it simple and you ask these people, do you want a 5G tower on your doorstep? And they do the research, they'll start to think twice. We've had a lot of successes. I've spoken at over a dozen cities in the United States, and some of them, the mayor has stopped the meetings and said, well, what can be done? And they find out that Mill Valley, California, for instance, where these executives that work in the telecom industry, where they live, they have banned 5G from the residential neighborhoods. So there are successes. You can mirror these successes, and it can be done. You just have to spark the conversation, follow up. If you're quarantined, email these people, get the ball rolling, have the conversations, get your local people involved. You would never believe the spark that you can make, okay? Malcolm X quote, and I'll be done. Malcolm X said the biggest obstacle he ever had was trying to mobilize a sleeping populace. We're still there waking people up, okay? It's still our job. Every single person listening, you can play your part. Just play your part, please, and have hope. I love everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Absolutely great message. And hopefully we can get those links into the notes, the show notes that you were discussing, because those are very important resources for people to have. Amanda Vollmer, do you have any closing thoughts?
Yes, thank you. Another great quote is by Harriet Tubman. She said, "If only more people had known they were slaves, I could have saved them too." So definitely the wave of awakening has been going on a long time. Everything that everyone has said, I totally agree with what we need to do to empower ourselves. So I won't repeat that. But one thing that I focus on is encouraging people to fire their doctors, because we have to stop attending the medical cult system as well. So we need to take back our own empowerment on how to heal ourselves, how to feed ourselves, how to stop poisoning ourselves. And that's one of the things that I focus on the most as a health practitioner. And if you go to my YouTube channel, I have lots of videos. I give away tons of free information on how you can help yourself for your holistic health purposes, how to use supplements and all kinds of nutrition and food to heal your body and detox your body, because really stop attending the system that's trying to take away your life is really one of the top priorities of what we need to do in this time frame. So thank you for having me. If you are interested in any of the other technologies that I have to help protect yourself from 5G, which deoxygenates the blood, I do have a lot of that awareness as well on my website, which is yumnaturals.com or yummymummyemporium.org. And definitely send me an email or whatnot if you want any of the links. I know you're going to have some of the links in the show description as well, but you know, we have to share and we have to support each other, and we have to use our tools and our skill set. If you don't have a skill set, get a skill set, find what you're good at and learn. We have quarantine time available in order to do that. So find your passion and live your passion, and you'll be directed by the creator on what to do next, and not to live in fear, just to live in listening. So thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Amanda, for being here. Shai Dannon, do you have any closing thoughts?
Well, yes, although we just started, really, I have some closing thoughts and words. I think what we need to understand, it's quite funny. We are all bombarded with information, with data, with stuff from all sides, 5G, weapon system, what? And now vaccines and chips, and it's like aliens are coming, what? And really what I want to say is that we are growing up. It's part of growing up. And like I say in various videos I've done in English, in Hebrew, if we are here, we are meant to be here at this time. And if we were not able to cope with it, we wouldn't be here. And we need to remember that while we are doing our part in this, let's say, 3D reality, there's other forces on our side as well, which doing their part in other realms, I would say, of reality, which maybe we don't have access to yet. And maybe like Cyrus been saying, repent, ask for forgiveness, because it makes you human. Don't be afraid, because it makes you godlike. And fight, expose the Chinese Communist Party and its allies, because it does look like they're the head of the snake or the octopus or the dragon or whatever. And really love yourself, love your family. Yes, grow food. Yes, work locally. And just so you know, I've been talking with a lot of counselors and mayors in Israel, but in the last 1 week, 2 meetings with mayors been canceled. I was, anyway, so working locally is good, but you need to know how to overcome some obstacles. So yeah, I do want to finish actually with what Cyrus been saying. Sorry, Cyrus, for taking your words, but repent, don't be afraid, and expose the Chinese Communist Party. Thank you very much for all the good work you've done. Thank you very much. And thank you, human race. We are here in this together.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Shai.
You're welcome.
Celeste, closing thoughts?
So I believe also that we were born for such a time as this, and that we are created in the divine image, as I said many times. And so we do have the internal fortitude, and we have the right stuff to do it, and to accomplish this, and to preserve our humanity and not sell our birthright of being a human created in the divine image, and bow down to whether it's elites or a technocratic society or machines or transhumanism or a plague that may be coming or any other thing. So just reach out, do kindness, share the love with other people. Love and kindness are very powerful. There's a lot of people scared and hurting during this situation. And I know that some of us who are aware of the situation, and many of you are aware of the situation, can reach out and extend that hug, that act of kindness that can just help catapult the next person. And then that chain of humanity will just continue. Thank you for having me. This was absolutely wonderful.
Thank you, Celeste. Beautiful message. Really appreciate you being here. Kate Shimarani, let's get your closing thoughts, please.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me on. And coming after Celeste, which is coming from a place of love, I'm going to come from the opposite place. We need to get out. Our government is corrupt. The people who own 5G and like what Shai was saying about the Chinese Communist Party, all our government can be tracked back to allowing that, to selling, to having money put in. They've all had a part in it somewhere. They're all in bed together. They all have shares in pharmaceutical companies, Sage. They're all linked back to Bill Gates. They're all in the same big, massive pot. So we can't trust them. Locally, people can they should go and report 5G as a crime because it's a weapon. It's not insured. They need to report it to their police. The police are saying, oh, no, we're not. It's a health matter. No, it's not. It's a weapon. It's a crime. If you don't get any results there, you go to the PCC, you go above them, you get the officer's name. If they won't give you a crime number, just log the time and date you went. And then you go to the IOPC if you don't hear anything back. Just keep hammering all your local MPs. They're probably not very good, but you have to keep doing it. Everybody's on their knees. All of the small businesses have closed. Get up, open. The police are exercising powers that they do not have based on parliamentary preferences. For instance, you can go out and exercise. On the letter from Boris Johnson, it said you must stay home and protect the NHS. It's complete garbage. So that's a preference saying that you can't go out and go to where you want to go to walk your dog. And the police have got no powers whatsoever to give you a fine based on that. So do you accept it, or do you get off your knees and just say, I'm not paying that, let it go to court? So they are civilians in uniform. So people, small businesses, get up, get opened. That's what I'd say. All the small shops, and let's not bother going to the big supermarkets. The ones that, because I think it was Arthur Miller, the playwright, said, when we put our trust in idols, we become but children. When we put our trust in God, therefore ourselves, we become open to infinite possibilities and awareness. Don't put your faith in false idols. That's these Muppets running the government. They're not really running it. And, doctors that are, it's sorcery, a lot of what they do. Pharmakeia is sorcery. Start looking up for yourself. Start being in control of yourself. Don't put your life in someone else's hands, because they'll abuse it every time. And that's what all our new parliamentary acts are, open to abuse from those in power, be it the police and doctors. Thank you for having me, and Godspeed to everybody. Only we can overturn tyranny. It's not those that are doing the evil deeds that allow it to pass. It's us, the people, who accept it and are complicit in it.
Thank you, Kate. Thank you. Much respect to you and all the work you do. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Cyrus Parsa, would you like to give us your closing thoughts? You're muted, sir.
I want to thank Kelly and Shelley for hosting this, the two hosts. I want to thank Dave and Simone for organizing this. The virtuous goal. I also want to thank all the panelists for putting your hearts into it and giving your expertise. one thing I want to say is I hope everybody can read this book, Artificial Intelligence, Dangers to Humanity. The research that the AI organization put together was ahead of all governments and saw all these things coming. Yet the difficulty we had, even with the lawsuit, was with everybody, we weren't being supported. And every time I put out something, people would just take content and go split it out somewhere. And we couldn't do what we had to do. Now we're becoming a reactionary race. So what I have to say is this. Well, follow me on Twitter, Cyrus A. Parcel 1. IG is the same thing. The website is theaiorganization.com. Get the book, watch the video, AI, the plan to invade humanity, and the other videos, which are really scientific. AI equates to digital fear with the coronavirus, and then 5G is AI. It's 5G for machines or AI. But the main thing is what Shai brought up, and because we had an interview last night, me and him, and I implore everybody to know this. Have no fear. The creator has another plan. And that was what's my last movie that I put out. It's a little bit fictional, but we are made in the image of the creator. We are all special. Every human being is special. Okay. So have no fear. And know that if we can repent, but stay calm and rational and expose the system, we can make it through the next stage and have a glorious future. And what needs to be exposed first is the Chinese Communist Party, because this is where the virus came from. And it has to do with all the things I put in the lawsuit, endangering the entire human race with AI, quantum, 5G, robotics, surveillance system, before all this stuff happened, including the virus. I said that, right? And in my books, I said that. And there'll be lawsuits. So that means I knew something that not many people on the entire planet knew. And how the hell did I know it? So trust me, I've been trying to save lives and I haven't been supported. So I need to be supported. I want to support people back. But repent and expose this Chinese Communist regime for all the crimes they did, for putting people in camps with the technology from the West, quarantine them, and organ harvest them to the Falun Dafa, to the Christians, Tibetans, and Uyghurs, and all the common citizens. We are at fault. We always say it's them. This cabal has always existed. But if the human race, if we are righteous and virtuous and whole, then nothing can abolish the human race. So that's my last word. We need to improve ourselves, and I do as well. I hope I didn't offend anyone. If I did, I'm just trying to make my best appeal that we need to have no fear and expose the Chinese Communist Party. I ran AI algorithms that showed extinction for the majority of the human race, and I put that in my book and the release I gave to the US government a year ago, coming from China and extincting the entire human race, almost all of them, attached to this grid system. But the root of it was from China. And I put solutions was because we're being complicit and these chain of reactions are happening for all this misuse of artificial intelligence. So I hope people take what I say very, very seriously and to heart. Go to my YouTube channel, The AI Organization. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much. And I appreciate everything that you guys are doing on the panel and all the audience members who are listening.
Thank you very much, Cyrus. Dave, allegedly Dave, do you want to close this out? Is he still here?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Yay.
Wow. Well, what I've got to say about this is that the key I see is that getting the information out to people, getting them to understand what's really going on, because most people don't. Most people have no idea of what we're talking about here. Yeah, but as soon as they start to understand, many of them will want to get involved and want to do something about this. And the key to this is small acts of defiance. Yeah. Small acts of defiance. Go outside. Simple as that. Show other people that the world isn't going to end when you go outside. The world isn't going to end if you go to the beach or something. Yeah. Small acts of defiance, and then later on, I think larger acts of defiance are going to become in order. But I don't want to say too much because we've still got a lot to go. And I just want to say thanks to everybody who's been working in the background to make this happen, and all the panelists, and especially Shelley and Karen. Thanks a lot. You did an amazing job, and thanks to everybody out there. I mean, this, as I said, was just a joke, an idea, and what we've done here is essentially reversed the magic that they did in Event 201. So this is how we got to do this. We've got to play chess, get to be better chess players, and counteract the magic they're working on us. That's what I'll say.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you for organizing this too. I believe that wraps up the closing statements from our panel. Shelley, did you have anything you wanted to add before we close out?
No, everybody did such a great job. Thanks for everybody putting their heart and soul into this, and just share this whenever you can. Get this out to everybody, and thank you for everybody. Thank you, Dave and Karen and Robin, who did such a great job. And yeah, keep activating. Just be active. That's our best. Your voice is your superpower. So.
This went so well. People were asking, when's the next one? And I just wanted to say, people in general, is this, hopefully this inspires you guys to start your own little panels and discussions. And like Dave was saying, like, to reverse the spells, it's us coming together with a thought, making a creation, and working to do something like this. So you have the power as well to speak.
Yes, thank you. I would just like to say that I think everybody needs to remember that, you were put on this, in this creation by the creator, and there is no man above you. So that's what everybody needs to remember, is that you, as part of this divine creation, have no one above you except for the creator themselves, and no one can take away your free will. And also, I want to add to everybody else's sentiment to not be afraid, because we don't have any reason to be afraid, because we have the power. Because if we didn't have all the power, then all of the things that they're doing to try to hold us back wouldn't be necessary. So just keep that in mind. All right. I think Robin's going to play us a closing song to end the stream. And I want to thank everybody for being here. Please share and mirror.
Thanks, everyone.
Great. Thank you. That was great.